was brilliant green, like the sheen on an insect, but the brim was soft dark green, a falling edge with fine silver. Her coat was dark green, lustrous, with a high collar of grey fur, and great fur cuffs. The edge of her dress showed silver and black velvet. Her stockings and shoes were silver grey. She moved with slow, fashionable indifference to the door. Porter opened obsequiously for her, and, at her nod, hurried to the edge of the pavement and whistled for a taxi. The two lights of a vehicle almost immediately curved round towards her, like eyes. Gerald had followed in wonder, amid all the 9-0ing, not having caught her misdeed. He heard the Poosum's voice saying, "Go and get it back from her." "I never heard of such a thing." "Go and get it back from her. Tell Gerald Critch there he goes, go and make him give it up." Gudrun stood at the door of the taxi, which the man held open for her. "To the hotel?" she asked, as Gerald came out, hurriedly. "VV11 ere you like," he answered. "Right," she said. "Then to the driver, Wagstaff Spartan Street." The driver bowed his head, and put down the flag. Gudrun entered the taxi, with the deliberate cold movement of a woman who is well dressed and contemptuous in her soul. Yet she was frozen with overwrought feelings. Gerald followed her. "You've forgotten the man," she said coolly, with a slight nod of her hat. Gerald gave the shilling. The man saluted. They were in motion. "VV hat was all the row about?" asked Gerald, in wondering excitement. "I walked away with Birkin's letter," she said, and he saw the crushed paper in her hand. His eyes glittered with satisfaction. "All," he said. "Splendid. A set of jackasses. I could have killed them," she cried in passion. "Dogs, they are dogs. Is Rupert such a fool as to write such letters to them? Does he give himself away to such canaille? It's a thing that cannot be borne." Gerald wondered over her strange passion. And she could not rest any longer in London. They must go by the morning train from Charing Cross. As they drew over the bridge, in the train, having glimpses of the river between the great iron girders, she cried, "I'll feel I could never see this foul town again. I couldn't be far to come back to it." Chapter 29. Continental Ursula went on in an unreal suspense, the last weeks before going away. She was not anything. She was something that is going to be soon, very soon. But as yet, she was only imminent. She went to see her parents. It was a rather stiff, sad meeting, more like a verification of separateness than a reunion. But they were all vague and indefinite with one another, stiffened in the fate that moved them apart. She did not really come to until she was on the ship crossing from Dover to Ostend. Dimly she had come down to London with Birkin. London had been a vagueness, so had the train journey to Dover. It was all like a sleep. And now, at last, as she stood in the stern of the ship, in a pitch-dark, rather blowy night, feeling the motion of the sea, and watching the small, rather desolate little lights that twinkled on the shores of England, as on the shores of nowhere, watched them sinking smaller and smaller on the profound and living darkness, she felt her soul stirring to awake from its anesthetic sleep. "Let us go forward, shall we?" said Birkin. He wanted to be at the tip of their projection. So they left off looking at the faint sparks that glimmered out of nowhere, in the far distance, called England, and turned their faces to the unfathomed night in front. They went right to the bows of the softly plunging vessel. In the complete obscurity, Birkin found a comparatively sheltered nook, where a great MPE was coiled up. It was quite near the very point of the ship, near the black, unpierced space ahead. Here they sat down, folded together, folded round with the same rug, creeping in nearer and ever nearer to one another, till it seemed they had crept right into each other, and become one substance. It was very CXLD, and the darkness was palpable. One of the ship's crew came along the deck, dark as the darkness, not really visible. They then made out the faintest pallor of his face. He felt their presence, and stopped, unsure, then bent forward. When his face was near them, he saw the faint pallor of their faces. Then he withdrew like a phantom. And they watched him without making any sound. They seemed to fall away into the profound darkness. There was no sky, no earth, only one unbroken darkness, into which, with a soft, sleeping motion, they seemed to fall like one closed seed of life falling through dark, fathomless space. They had forgotten where they were, forgotten all that was and all that had been, conscious only in their heart, and they're conscious only of this pure trajectory THRX, of the surpassing darkness. The ship's prow cleaved on, with a faint noise of cleavage, into the complete night, without knowing, without seeing, only surging on. In Ursula the sense of the unrealized world ahead triumphed over everything. In the midst of this profound darkness, there seemed to glow on her heart the effulgence of a paradise unknown and unrealized. Her heart was full of the most wonderful light, golden like honey of darkness, sweet like the warmth of day, a light which was not shed on the world, only on the unknown paradise towards which she was going, a sweetness of habitation, a delight of living quite unknown, but hers infallibly. In her transport she lifted her face suddenly to him, and he touched it with his lips. So cold, so fresh, so sea-clear her face was, it was like kissing a flower that grows near the surf. But he did not know the ecstasy of bliss in foreknowledge that she knew. To him, the wonder of this transit was overwhelming. He was falling through a gulf of infinite darkness, like a meteorite plunging across the chasm between the worlds. The world was torn in and he was plunging like an unlit star through the ineffable rift. What was beyond was not yet for him. He was overcome by the trajectory. In a trance he lay enfolding Ursula round about. His face was against her fine, fragile hair, he breathed its fragrance with the sea and the profound night. And his soul was at yielded, as he fell into the unknown. This was the first time that an utter and absolute peace had entered his heart. Now, in this final transit out of life, Vivian, there came some stir on the deck, they roused. They stood up. How stiff and cramped they were, in the night time. And yet the paradisal glow on her heart, and the unutterable peace of darkness in his, this was the all in all. They stood up and looked ahead. Low lights were seen down the darkness. Was the world again? It was not the bliss of her heart, nor the peace of his. It was the superficial unreal world of fact. Yet not quite the old world. For the peace and the bliss in their hearts was enduring. Strange, and desolate above all things, like disembarking from the Styx into the desolate underworld, was this landing at night. There was the raw, half-lighted, covered in vastness of the dark place, boarded and hollow underfoot, with only desolation everywhere. Ursula had caught sight of the big, pallid, mystic letters Ostend, standing in the darkness. Evrelex, dy was hurrying with a blind, insect-like intentness through the dark grey air. 9. Routers were calling in un-English English, then trotting with heavy bags, their clueless blouses looking ghostly as they disappeared. Ursula stood at a long, low, zinc-covered barrier, along with hundreds of other people, and all the way down the vast, raw darkness was this low stretch of open bags and spectral people, whilst, on the other side of the barrier, pallid officials in peaked caps and mustaches were turning the underclothing in the bags, then scrawling a chalk mark. It was done. Birkin snapped the handbags, off they went, the porter coming behind. They were through a great doorway, and in the open night again a railway platform. Voices were still calling in human agitation through the dark grey air, spectres were running along the darkness between the train. Cologne Berlin Ursula made out on the boards hung on the high train on one side. Here we are, said Birkin. And on her side she saw, Elsass Lithringen Luxembourg, Metz Basel. That was it, Basel. The porter came up. A bailed Xim and he clambered into the high train. They followed. The compartments were already some of them taken. But Many were dim and empty. The luggage was stowed, the porter was nous avons encore, said Birkin, looking at his watch and at the porter. Encore un demi-heure. With which, in his blue blouse, he was ugly and insolent. Come, said Birkin. It is cold. Let us eat. There was a coffee wagon on the platform. They drank hot, watery coffee, and ate the long rolls, split, with ham between, which were such a wide bite that it almost dislocated Ursula's jaw, and they walked the high trains. It was all so strange, so extremely desolate, like the underworld, grey, dirt grey, desolate, forlorn, nowhere grey, dreary nowhere. At last they were moving through the night. In the darkness Ursula made out the flat fields, the wet flat dreary darkness of the continent. They pulled up surprisingly soon Bruges. Then on through the level darkness, with glimpses of sleeping farms and thin nine-plur trees and deserted high roads. She sat dismayed, hand in hand with Birkin. He pale, immobile like a revenant himself, looked sometimes out of the window, sometimes closed his eyes. Then his eyes opened again, dark as the darkness outside. A flash of a few lights on the darkness Ghent station. A few more spectres moving outside on the platform, then the bell, then motion again through the level darkness. Ursula saw a man with a lantern come out of a farm by the railway, and to the dark farm buildings. She thought of the marsh, the old, intimate farm life at Cossethai. My God, how far was she projected from her childhood, how far was she still to go? In one lifetime one travelled through eons. The great chasm of memory from her childhood in the intimate country surroundings of Cossethai and the marsh farm. She remembered the servant Tilly, who used to give her bread and butter sprinkled with brown sugar, in the old living room where the grandfather clock had 2 pink roses in a basket painted above the figures on the face. And now when she was travelling into the unknown with Birkin, an utter stranger was so great, that it seemed she had no identity, that the child she had been, playing in Cossethai churchyard, was a little creature of history, not really herself. They were at Brussels half an hour for breakfast. They got down. On the great station clock it said 6 o'clock. They had CX, fee and rolls and honey in the vast desert refreshment room, so dreary, always so dreary, dirty, so spacious, such desolation of space. But she washed her face and hands in hot water, and CM'd her hair. That was a blessing. Soon they were in the train again and moving on. The greyness of dawn began. There were several people in the compartment, large florid Belgian businessmen with long brown bercelles, talking incessantly in an ugly French she was too tired to follow. It seemed the train ran by degrees out of the darkness into a faint light, then beat after into the day. Ah, how weary it was! Faintly, the trees showed, like shadows. Then a house, white, had a curious distinctness. How was it? Then she saw a village. There were always houses passing. This was an old world she was still journeying through, winter heavy and dreary. There was ploughland and pasture, and copses of bare trees, copses of bushes, and homesteads naked and work bare. No new earth had come to pass. She looked at Birkin's face. It was white and still and eternal, too eternal. She linked her fingers imploringly in his, under the cover of her rug. His fingers responded, his eyes looked back at her. How dark, like a night, his eyes were, like another world beyond. Oh, if he were the world as well, if only the world were he. If only he could call a world into that should be their own world. The Belgians left, the train ran on, through Luxembourg, through Alsace-Lorraine, through Metz. But she was blind, she could see no more. Her soul did not look out. They came at last to Basli, to the hotel. It was all a drifting trance, from which she never came to. They went out in the morning, before the train departed. She saw the street, the river, she stood on the bridge. But it all meant nothing. She remembered some shops, one full of pictures, one with orange velvet and ermine. But what did these? She was not at ease till they were in the train again. Then she was relieved. So long as they were moving onwards, she was satisfied. They aimed to Zurich, then, very long, ran under the mountains, that were deep in snow. At last she was drawing near. This was the other world now. Innsbruck was wonderful, deep in snow, an evening. They drove in an open sledge over the snow, the train had so hot and stifling. And the hotel, with the golden light glowing under the porch, seemed like a home. They laughed with pleasure when they were in the hall. The place seemed full and busy. "Do you know if Mr. and Mrs. Paris have arrived?" Birkin asked in German. The porter reflected a moment, and was just going to answer, when Ursula caught sight of Gudrun sauntering down the stairs, wearing her dark glossy coat, with grey fur. "Gudrun! Gudrun!" she called, waving up the well of the staircase. "Shoo-hoo!" Gudrun looked over the rail, and immediately lost her sauntering, diffident air. Her eyes flashed. "Really, Ursula?" she cried. And she began to move downstairs as Ursula ran up. They met at a turn and kissed with laughter and exclamations inarticulate and stirring. "But," cried Gudrun, mortified. "We thought it was tomorrow you were coming. I wanted to come to the station." "No, we've come today," cried Ursula. "Isn't it lovely here?" "Adorable," said Gudrun. "Gerald's just gone out to get something." "Ursula, aren't you fearfully tired?" "No, not so very. But I a filthy sight, don't I?" "No, you don't. You look almost perfectly fresh. I like that fur cap immensely." She over Ursula, who wore a big soft coat with a collar of deep, soft, blonde fur, and a soft blonde cap of fur. "And you?" cried Ursula. "Do you think you look like?" Gudrun assumed an unconcerned, expressionless face. "Do you like it?" she said. "It's very fine," cried Ursula, perhaps with a touch of satire. "Go up or come down," said Birkin. For there the sisters Gudrun with her hand on Ursula's arm, on the turn of the stairs halfway to the first landing, blocking the way and affording full entertainment to the whole of the hall below, from the door porter to the plump Jew in black clothes. Two young women slowly mounted, followed by Birkin and the waiter. "First floor?" asked Gudrun, looking back over her shoulder. "Second, madam, the lift," the waiter replied. And he darted to the elevator to forestall the two women. But they ignored him, as, chattering without heed, they set to mount the second flight. Rather chagrined, the waiter followed. It was curious, the delight of the sisters in each other, at this meeting. It was as if they met in exile, and united their solitary forces against all the world. Birkin looked on with some mistrust and wonder. They had bathed and changed. Gerald came in. He looked shining like the sun on frost. "Go, Gerald, and smoke," said Ursula to Birkin. "Gudrun and I want to." Then the sisters sat in Gudrun's bedroom, and talked clothes, and experiences. Gudrun told Ursula the experience of the Birkin letter in the café. Ursula was shocked and frightened. "VV11 is the letter," she asked. "I kept it," said Gudrun. "You'll give it me, won't you?" she said. But Gudrun was silent for some moments, before she replied, "Do you really want it, Ursula?" "I want to read it," said Ursula. "Certainly," said Gudrun. Even now, she could not admit, to Ursula, that she wanted to keep it, as a memento, or a symbol. But Ursula knew, and was not pleased. So the subject was switched off. "What did you do in Paris?" asked Ursula. "Oh," said Gudrun laconically, "the usual things. We had a fine party one night in Fanny Bath's studio." "Did you? And you and Gerald were there? VVH0 else? Tell me about it." "Well," said Gudrun, "there's nothing particular to tell. You know Fanny is frightfully in love with that painter, Billy McFarlane. He was there, so Fanny spared nothing, she spent very freely. It was really remarkable. Of course, everybody got fearfully drunk, but in an insulting way, not like that filthy London crowd. The fact is, these were all people that matter, which makes all the difference. There was a Romanian, a fine chap. He got completely drunk, and climbed to the top of a high studio ladder, and gave the most marvelous address. Really, Ursula, it was wonderful. He began in French, La vie, c'est une affaire d'âmes impériales, in a most beautiful voice. He was a fine-looking chap, but he had got into Romanian before he had finished, and not a soul understood. But Donald Gilchrist was worked to a frenzy. He dashed his glass to the ground, and declared, by God, he was glad he had been born, by God, it was a miracle to be alive. And do you know, Ursula, so it was. Gudrun laughed rather hollowly. But how was Gerald among them all? Asked Ursula. Gerald? Oh, my word, he came out like a dandelion in the sun. He's a whole Saturnalia in himself, once he is roused. I shouldn't like to say whose waist his arm did not go round. Really, Ursula, he seems to reap the women like a harvest. There wasn't one that would have resisted him. It was too amazing. Can you understand it? Ursula reflected, and a dancing light came into her eyes. Yes, she said. I can. He is such a whole hogger. I should think so, exclaimed Gudrun. But it is true, Ursula, every woman in the room was ready to surrender to him. Chanticleer isn't in it, even Fanny Bath, who is genuinely in love with Billy McFarlane. I never was more amazed in my life. And you know, afterwards I felt I was a whole roomful of women. I was no more myself to him, than I was Queen Victoria. I was a whole roomful of women at once. It was most astounding. But I'd caught a sultan that time. Gudrun's eyes were flashing, her cheek was hot, she looked strange, exotic, satiric. Ursula was fascinated at yet uneasy. They had to get ready for dinner. Gudrun came down in a daring gown of vivid green silk and tissue of gold, with green velvet 9 dice and a strange black and white band round her hair. She was really brilliantly beautiful, and everybody noticed her. Gerald was in that full-blooded, gleaming state when he was most handsome. Birkin watched them with quick, laughing, half-sinister eyes. Ursula quite lost her head. There seemed a spell, almost a blinding spell, cast round their table, as if they were lighted up more strongly than the rest of the dining room. Don't you love to in this plock queue? Cried Gudrun. Isn't the snow wonderful? Do you notice how it exalts everything? It is simply marvelous. One really does feel libermenschlich more than human. One does, cried Ursula. But isn't that partly the being out of England? Oh, of course, Gudrun. One could never feel like this in England, for the simple reason that the damper is never lifted off one, there. It is quite impossible really to let go, in England, of that I am assured. And she turned again to the food she was eating. She was fluttering with vivid intensity. It's quite true, said Gerald, it never is quite the same in England. But perhaps we don't want it to be. Perhaps it's like bringing the light a little too near the 9 Utter magazine, to let go altogether, in England. One is afraid what might happen, if everybody else let go. My God, cried Gudrun. But wouldn't it be wonderful, if all England did suddenly go off like a display of fireworks? It couldn't, said Ursula. They are all too damp, the powder is damp in them. I'm not so sure of that, said Gerald. Nor I, said Birkin. When the English really begin to go off, en masse, it'll be time to shut your ears and run. They never will, said Ursula. We'll see, he replied. Isn't it marvelous, said Gudrun, how thankful one can be, to be out of one's country. I cannot believe myself, I am so transported, the moment I set foot on a foreign shore. I say to myself, here steps a new creature into life. Don't be too hard on poor old England, said Gerald. Though we curse it, we love it really. To Ursula, there seemed a fund of cynicism in these words. We may, said Birkin. But it's a damnably uncomfortable love, like a love for an aged parent who suffers horribly from a complication of diseases, for which there is no. Gudrun looked at him with dilated dark eyes. You think there is no hope? She asked, in her pertinent fashion. But Birkin backed away. He would not answer such a question. Any hope of England's real? God knows. It's a great actual unreality now, an into unreality. It might be real, if there were no Englishmen. You think the English will have to disappear? Persisted Gudrun. It was strange, her interest in his answer. It might have been her own fate she was inquiring after. Her dark, dilated eyes rested on Birkin, as if she could conjure the truth of the future out of him, as out of some instrument of divination. He was pale. Then, reluctantly, he answered, well, what else is in front of them, but disappearance? They've got to disappear from their own brand of Englishness, anyhow. Gudrun watched him as if in a hypnotic state, her eyes wide and fixed on him. But in what way do you mean, disappear? She persisted. Yes, do you mean a change of heart? Put in Gerald. I don't mean anything, why should I? Said Birkin. I'm an Englishman, and I've paid the price of it. I can't talk about England, I can only speak for myself. Yes, said Gudrun slowly, you love England immensely, immensely, Rupert. And leave her, he replied. No, not for good. You'll come back, said Gerald, nodding sagely. They say the lice crawl off a dying body, said Birkin, with a glare of bitterness. So I leave England. All, but you'll back, said Gudrun, with a sardonic smile. Tant pis pour moi, he replied. Isn't he angry with his mother country? Laughed Gerald, amused. Ah, a patriot, said Gudrun, with something like a sneer. Birkin refused to answer any more. Gudrun watched him still for a few seconds. Then she turned away. It was finished, her spell of divination in him. She felt already purely cynical. She looked at Gerald. He was wonderful, like a piece of radium tower. She felt she could consume herself and know all, by means of this fatal, living metal. She smiled to herself at her fancy. And what would she do with herself, when she had destroyed herself? For if spirit, if integral being is destructible, matter is indestructible. He was looking bright and abstracted, puzzled, for the moment. She stretched out her beautiful arm, with its fluff of tulle, and touched his chin with her subtle, artist's fingers. VV11 at are they then? She asked, with a strange, knowing smile. VV hat, he replied, his eyes suddenly dilating with wonder. Your thoughts? Gerald looked like a man coming awake. I think I had none, he said. Really, she said, with grave laughter in her voice. And to Birkin it was as if she killed Gerald, with that touch. Ah, but, cried Gudrun, let us drink to Britannia, let us drink to Britannia. It seemed there was wild despair in her voice. Gerald filled the glasses. I think Rupert means, he said, that nationally all Englishmen must die, so that they can exist individually and supranationally, put in Gudrun, with a slight ironic grimace, raising her glass. Next day, they descended at the tiny railway station of Hohenhausen, at the end of the tiny valley railway. It was snow everywhere, a white, perfect cradle of snow, new and frozen, sweeping up on either side, black crags and white sweeps of silver towards the blue pale heavens. As they stepped out on the naked platform, with only snow around and above, Gudrun shrank as if it chilled her heart. My God, Jerry, she said, turning to Gerald with sudden intimacy, you've done it now. VV hat. She made a faint gesture, indicating the world on either hand. Look at it. She seemed afraid to go on. He laughed. They were in the heart of the mountains. From high ALX, VE, on either side, swept down the white fold of snow, so that one seemed small and tiny in a valley of pure concrete heaven, all strangely radiant and changeless and silent. It makes one feel so small and alone, said Ursula, turning to Birkin and laying her hand on his arm. You're not sorry you've come, are you? Said Gerald to Gudrun. She looked doubtful. They went out of the station between banks of snow. All, said Gerald, sniffing the air in elation, this is perfect. Here's our sledge. We'll walk a bit, we'll run up the road. Gudrun, always doubtful, dropped her heavy coat on the sledge, as he did his, and they set off. Suddenly she threw up her head and set off scudding along the road of snow, pulling her cap down over her ears. Her blue, bright dress fluttered in the wind, her thick scarlet stockings were brilliant above the whiteness. Gerald watched her, she seemed to be rushing towards her fate, and leaving him behind. He let her get some distance, then, loosening his limbs, he went after her. Everywhere was deep and silent snow. Great snow eaves weighed down the broad-roofed Tyrolese houses, that were sunk to the window sashes in snow. Peasant women, full-skirted, wearing each a crossover shawl, and thick snow boots, turned in the way to look at the soft, determined girl running with such heavy fleetness from the man, who was overtaking her, but not gaining any power over her. They passed the inn with its painted shutters and balcony, a few CX, tiges, half buried in the snow, then the snow-buried silent sawmill by the roofed bridge, which crossed the hidden stream, over which they ran into the very depth of the untouched sheets of snow. It was a silence and a sheer whiteness exhilarating to madness. But the perfect silence was most terrifying, isolating the soul, surrounding the heart with frozen air. It's a marvelous place, for all that, said Gudrun, looking into his eyes with a strange, meaning look. His soul leapt. Good, he said. A fierce electric energy seemed to flow over all his limbs, his muscles were surcharged, his hands felt hard with strength. They walked along rapidly up the snow road, that was marked by withered branches of trees stuck in at intervals. He and she were separate, like opposite poles of one fierce, but they felt powerful enough to leap over the confines of life into the forbidden places, and back again. Birkin and Ursula were running along also, over the snow. He had disposed of the luggage, and they had a little start of the sledges. Ursula was excited and happy, but she kept turning suddenly to catch hold of Birkin's arm, to make sure of him. This is something I never, she said. It is a different world, here. They went on into a snow meadow. There they were overtaken by the sledge, that came tinkling through the silence. It was another mile before they came Gudrun and Gerald on the steep up-climb, beside the pink, half-buried shrine. Then they passed into a gully, where were walls of black rock and a river filled with snow, and a still blue sky above. Through a veered bridge they went, drumming roughly over the crossing the snow bed once more, then slowly up and up, the horses walking swiftly, the driver cracking his long whip as he walked beside, and calling his strange wild hue, the walls of rock passing slowly by, till they emerged again between slopes and masses of snow. Up and up, gradually they went, through the cold shadow radiance of the afternoon, silenced by the imminence of the mountains, the luminous, dazing sides of snow that rose above them and fell away beneath. They came forth at last in a little high tableland of snow, where stood the last peaks of snow like the hard petals of an open rose. In the midst of the last deserted valleys of heaven stood a lonely building with brown wooden walls and white heavy roof, deep and deserted in the waste of snow, like a dream. It stood like a rock that had led down from the last steep slopes, a rock that had taken the form of a house, and was now half buried. It was unbelievable that one lived there uncrushed by all this terrible waste of whiteness and silence and clear, upper, ringing cold. Yet the sledges ran up in fine style, people came to the door laughing and excited, the floor of the hostel rang hollow, the passage was wet with snow, it was a real, warm interior. Newcomers tramped up the bare wooden stairs, following the serving woman. Gudrun and Gerald took the first bedroom. In a moment they found themselves alone in a bare, smallish, close-shut room that was all of golden-colored wood, floor, walls, door, all of the same warm gold paneling of oiled pine. There was a window opposite the door, but low down, the roof sloped. Under the slope of the ceiling were the table with wash-hand bowl and jug, and across, another table with mirror. On either side the door were two beds piled high with an enormous blue-checked over-bolster, enormous. This was all no cupboard, none of the amenities of life. Here they were shut up together in this of golden-dowered wood, with two blue-checked beds. They looked at each other and laughed, frightened by this naked nearness of isolation. A man knocked and came in with the luggage. He was a sturdy fellow with flattish cheekbones, rather pale, and with coarse fair moustache. Gudrun watched him put down the bags, in silence, then tramp heavily out. "It isn't too rough, is it?" Gerald asked. Bedroom was not very warm, and she shivered slightly. "It is wonderful," she equivocated. "Look at the color of this paneling, it's wonderful," like inside a nut. He was standing watching her, feeling his short-cut mustache, leaning back slightly and watching her with his keen, undaunted eyes, dominated by the constant passion, that was like a doom upon him. She went and crouched down in front of the window, curious. "Oh, but this," she cried involuntarily, almost in pain. In front was a valley shut in under the sky, the last huge of snow and black rock, and at the end, like the navel of the earth, a white folded wall, and two peaks glimmering in the late light. Straight in front ran the cradle of silent snow, between the great slopes that were fringed with a little roughness of pine trees, like hair, round the base. But the cradle of snow ran on to the eternal closing in, where the walls of snow and rock rose impenetrable, and the mountain peaks above were in heaven immediate. This was the center, the knot, the navel of the world, where the earth belonged to the skies, pure, unapproachable, impassable. It filled Gudrun with a strange rapture. She crouched in front of the window, clenching her face in her hands, in a sort of trance. At last she had arrived, she had reached her place. Here at last she folded her venture and settled down like a crystal in the navel of snow, and was gone. Gerald bent above her and was looking out over her shoulder. Already he felt he was alone. She was gone. She was completely gone, and there was icy vapor round his heart. He saw the blind valley, the great cul-de-sac of snow and mountain peaks, under the heaven. And there was no way out. The terrible silence and cold and the glamorous whiteness of the dusk him round, and she remained crouching before the window, as at a shrine, a shadow. "Do you like it?" he asked, in a voice that sounded detached and foreign. At least she might acknowledge he was with her. But she only averted her soft, mute face a little from his gaze. And he knew that there were tears in her eyes, her 0mm tears, tears of her strange religion, that put him to naught. Quite suddenly, he put his hand under her chin and lifted up her face to him. Her dark blue eyes, in their wetness of tears, dilated as if she was startled in her very soul. They looked at him through their tears in around a little horror. His light blue eyes were keen, small-pupilled and unnatural in their vision. Her lips parted, as she breathed with difficulty. The passion came up in him, stroke after stroke, like the ringing of a bronze bell, so strong and unfought and indomitable. His knees tightened to bronze as he hung above her soft face, whose lips parted and whose eyes dilated in a strange violation. In the grasp of his hand her chin was unutterably soft and silken. He felt strong as winter, his hands were living metal, invincible and not to be turned aside. His heart rang like a bell clanging inside him. He took her up in his arms. She was soft and inert, motionless. All the while her eyes, in which the tears had not yet dried, were dilated as if in a kind of swoon of fascination and helplessness. He was strong, and unflawed, as if invested with supernatural force. He lifted her close and folded her against him. Her softness, her inert weight lay against his own surcharged, bronze-like limbs in a heaviness of desirability that would destroy him, if he were not fulfilled. She moved convulsively, recoiling away from him. His heart went up like a flame of ice, he closed over her like steel. He would destroy her rather than be denied. But the overweening power of his body was too much for her. She relaxed again, and lay loose and soft, panting in a little delirium. And to him, she was such bliss of release, that he would have suffered a whole eternity of torture rather than forego 1 second of this pang of unsurpassable bliss. "My God," he said to her, his face drawn and strange, transfigured, "what next?" She lay perfectly still, with a still, childlike face and dark eyes, looking at him. She was lost, fallen right away. "I shall always love you," he said, looking at her. But she did not hear. She lay, looking at him as at something she could never understand, never, as a child looks at a grown-up person, without hope of understanding, only submitting. He kissed her eyes shut, so that she could not look any more. He wanted something now, some recognition, some sign, some admission. But she only lay silent and childlike and remote, like a child that is overcome and cannot understand, only feels lost. He kissed her again, giving up. "Shall we go down and have coffee and cookin'?" he asked. The twilight was falling slate blue at the window. She closed her eyes, closed away the monotonous level of dead wonder, and opened them again to the everyday world. "Yes," she said briefly, regaining her will with a click. She went again to the window. Blue evening had fallen over the cradle of snow and over the great pallid slopes. But in the heaven the peaks of snow were rosy, glistening like radiant spikes of blossom in the heavenly upper world, so lovely and beyond. Gudrun saw all their loveliness, she knew how immortally beautiful they were, great pistils of H.S.C. colored, snow-fed fire in the blue twilight of the heaven. She could see it, she knew it, but she was not of it. She was divorced, debarred, a soul shut out. With a last look of remorse, she turned away, and was doing her hair. He had unstrapped the luggage, and was waiting, watching her. She knew he was watching her. It made her a little hasty and feverish in her precipitation. They went downstairs, 9th with a strange other-world look on their faces, and with a glow in their eyes. They saw Birkin and Ursula sitting at the long table in a corner, waiting for them. How good and simple they looked together, Gudrun thought, jealously. She envied them some spontaneity, a childish sufficiency to which she herself could never approach. They seemed such children to her. "Such good Kransküchen," cried Ursula greedily. "So good." "Right," said Gudrun. "Can we have coffee mit Kransküchen?" she added to the waiter. And she seated herself on the bench beside Gerald. Birkin, looking at them, felt a pain of tenderness for them. "I think the place is really wonderful, Gerald," he said, "Prachtvoll and wunderbar and wunderschön and all the other German adjectives." Gerald broke into a slight smile. "I like it," he said. The tables, of white scrubbed wood, were placed round 3 sides of the room, as in a Gasthaus. Birkin and Ursula sat with their backs to the wall, which was of oiled wood, and Gerald and Gudrun sat in the corner next them, near to the stove. It was a fairly large place, with a tiny bar, just like a country inn, but quite simple and bare, and all of oiled wood, ceilings and walls and floor, the only furniture being the tables and benches going round 3 sides, the great green stove, and the bar and the doors on the fourth side. Windows were double, and quite uncurtained. It was early evening. The coffee aim hot and good and a whole ring of cake. A whole cookin', cried Ursula. They give you more than us. I want some of yours. There were other people in the place, 10 altogether, so Birkin had found out, 2 artists, 3 students, a man and wife, and a professor and 2 daughters, all Germans. The 4 English, being newcomers, sat in their coign of vantage to watch. Germans peeped in at the door, called a word to the waiter, and went away again. It was not mealtime, so they did not come into this dining room but themselves, when their boots were changed, to the reunion saal. The English visitors could hear the occasional twanging of a zither, the strumming of a piano, snatches of laughter and shouting and singing, a faint vibration of voices. The whole building being of wood, it to carry every sound, like a drum, but instead of increasing each particular noise, it decreased it, so that the sound of the zither seemed tiny, as if a diminutive zither were playing somewhere, and it seemed the piano must be a small one, like a little spinet. The host came when the coffee was finished. He was a Tyrolese, broad, rather flat-cheeked, with a pale, pock-marked skin and flourishing moustaches. Would you like to go to the reunion saal to be introduced to the other ladies and gentlemen? He asked, bending forward and smiling, showing his large, strong teeth. His blue eyes went quickly from one to the other. He was not quite sure of his ground with these English people. He was unhappy too because he spoke no English and he was not sure whether to try his French. Shall we go to the reunion saal, and be introduced to the other people? Repeated Gerald, laughing. There was a moment's hesitation. I suppose we'd break the ice, said Birkin. Women rose, rather flushed. And the words black, beetle-like, broad-shouldered figure went on ignominiously in front, towards the noise. He the door and ushered the 4 strangers into the playroom. Instantly a silence fell, a slight embarrassment came over the company. The newcomers had a sense of many blonde faces looking their way. Then, the host was bowing to a short, energetic-looking man with large moustaches, and saying in a low voice, Herr Professor, darf ich vorstellen? The Herr Professor was prompt and energetic. He bowed low to the English people, smiling, and began to be a comrade at once. Nehmen die Herrschaften teil an unserer Unterhaltung, he said, with a vigorous suavity, his voice curling up in the question. The 4 English people smiled, lounging with an attentive uneasiness in the middle of the room. Gerald, who was spokesman, said that they would willingly take part in the entertainment. Gudrun and Ursula, laughing, excited, felt the eyes of all the men upon them, and they lifted their heads and looked nowhere, and felt royal. The professor announced the names of those present, sans ceremony. There was a bowing to the wrong people and to the right people. Everybody was there, except the man and wife. The 2 tall, clear-skinned, athletic daughters of the professor, with their plain-cut, dark blue blouses and loden skirts, their rather long, strong necks, their clear blue eyes and carefully banded hair, and their blushes, bowed and stood back. The 3 students 9, wed very low, in the humble hope of making an impression of extreme good breeding. Then there was a thin, dark-skinned man with full eyes, an odd creature, like a child, and like a troll, quick, detached. He bowed slightly. His companion, a large fair young man, stylishly dressed, blushed to the eyes and bowed very low. It was over. Herr Lowerke was giving us a recitation in the Cologne dialect, said the professor. He must forgive us for interrupting him, said Gerald, we should like very much to hear it. There was instantly a bowing and an offering of seats. Gudrun and Ursula, Gerald and Birkin sat in the deep sofas against the wall. The room was of naked oiled paneling, like the rest of the house. It had a piano, sofas and chairs, and a couple of tables with exuques and magazines. In its complete absence of decoration, save for the big, blue stove, it was cozy and pleasant. Herr Lowerke was the little man with the boyish figure, and the round, full, sensitive-looking head, and the quick, full eyes, like a mouse's. He glanced swiftly from one to the other of the strangers, and held himself aloof. "Please go on with the recitation," said the professor, suavely, with his slight authority. Lowerke, who was sitting hunched on the piano stool, blinked and did not answer. "It would be a great pleasure," said Ursula, who had been getting the sentence ready, in German, for some minutes. "Lhen," suddenly, the small, unresponding man swung aside, towards his previous audience and broke forth, exactly as he had broken off, in a controlled, mocking voice, giving an imitation of a quarrel between an old Cologne woman and a railway guard. His body was slight and unformed, like a boy's, but his voice was mature, sardonic, its movement had the flexibility of essential energy, and of a mocking penetrating understanding. Gudrun could not understand a word of his monologue, but she was spellbound, watching him. He must be an artist, nobody else could have such fine adjustment and singleness. The Germans were doubled up with laughter, hearing his strange droll words, his droll phrases of dialect. And in the midst of their paroxysms, they with deference at the four English strangers, the elect. Gudrun and Ursula were forced to laugh. The 9 rang with shouts of laughter. Blue eyes of the professor's daughters were swimming over laughter tears, their clear cheeks were flushed crimson with mirth, their father broke out in the most astonishing peals of hilarity, the students bowed their heads on their knees in excess of joy. Ursula looked round amazed, the laughter was bubbling out of her involuntarily. She looked at Gudrun. Gudrun LCX, ked at her, and the two sisters burst out laughing, carried away. Lowerke glanced at them swiftly, with his full eyes. Birkin was sniggering involuntarily. Gerald Critch sat with a glistening look of amusement on his face. And the laughter crashed out again, in wild paroxysms. The professor's daughters were reduced to shaking helplessness, the veins of the professor's neck were swollen, his face was purple, he was strangled in ultimate, silent spasms of laughter. The students were shouting half-articulated words that tailed off in helpless explosions. Then suddenly the rapid patter of the artists ceased, there were little whoops of subsiding mirth, Ursula and Gudrun were wiping their eyes, and the professor was crying loudly. "Das war ausgezeichnet, das war famos wirklich famos," echoed his exhausted daughters, faintly. "And we couldn't understand it," cried Ursula. "Oh lighter, lighter," cried the professor. "You couldn't understand it," cried the students, let loose at last in speech with the newcomers. Das ist wirklich schade, das ist schade, gnädige Frau. Wissen Sie, the mixture was made, the newcomers were stirred into the party, like new ingredients, the whole room was alive. Gerald was in his element, he talked freely and excitedly, his face glistened with a strange amusement. Perhaps even Birkin, in the end, would break forth. He was shy and withheld, though full of attention. Ursula was prevailed upon to sing Annie L0M Tai, as the professor called it. Her was a hush of extreme deference. She had never so flattered in her life. Gudrun accompanied her on the piano, playing from memory. Ursula had a beautiful ringing voice, but usually no confidence, she spoiled everything. This evening she felt conceited and untrammelled. Birkin was well in the background, she shone almost in reaction, the Germans made her feel fine and infallible, she was liberated into overweening self-confidence. She felt like a bird flying in the air, as her voice soared out, enjoying herself extremely in the balance and flight of the song, like the motion of a bird's wings that is up in the wind, sliding and playing on the air. She played with sentimentality, supported by rapturous attention. She was very happy, singing that song by herself, full of a conceit of emotion and power, working upon all those people, and upon herself, exerting herself with gratification, giving immeasurable gratification to the Germans. At the end, the Germans were all touched with admiring, delicious melancholy. They praised her in soft, reverent voices. They could not say too much. We schon, we ruend. ACH, die Skottisken Lieder, sie haben so viel Stimmung. Aber die Natige Frau hat ein wunderbar Stimme, die Natige Frau ist wirklich eine Künstlerin, aber wirklich. She was dilated and brilliant, like a flower in the morning sun. She felt Birkin looking at her, as if he were jealous of her, and her breasts thrilled, her veins were all golden. She was as happy as the sun that has just opened ALX, VE clouds. And Evrelex, DY seemed so admiring and radiant, it was perfect. After dinner she wanted to go out for a minute, to look at the world. The company tried to dissuade her, it was so terribly cold. But just to look, she said. They all four wrapped up warmly, and found themselves in a vague, unsubstantial outdoors of dim snow and ghosts of an upper world, that made strange shadows before the stars. It was indeed cold, bruisingly, frighteningly, unnaturally cold. Ursula could not believe the air in her nostrils. It seemed conscious, malevolent, purposive in its intense murderous coldness. Yet it was wonderful, an intoxication, a silence of dim, unrealized snow, of the invisible intervening her and the visible, between her and the flashing stars. She could see Orion sloping up. How wonderful he was, wonderful enough to make one cry aloud. And all around was this cradle of snow, and there was firm snow underfoot, that struck with heavy cold through her boot soles. It was night, and silence. She imagined she TLLD hear the stars. She imagined distinctly she could hear the celestial, musical motion of the stars, quite near at hand. She seemed like a bird flying amongst their harmonious motion. And she clung close to Birkin. Suddenly she realized she did not know what he was thinking. She did not know where he was ranging. "My love," she said, stopping to look at him. His face was pale, his eyes dark, there was a faint spark of starlight on them. And he saw her face soft and upturned to him, very near. He kissed her softly. Then, he asked. "Do you love me?" she asked. "Too much," he answered quietly. She clung a little closer. "Not too much," she pleaded. "Far too much," he said, almost sadly. "And does it make you sad, that I am everything to you?" she asked, wistful. He held her close to him, kissing her, and saying, scarcely audible, "No, but I feel like a beggar, I feel poor." She was silent, looking at the stars now. Then she kissed him. "Don't be as," she pleaded, wistfully. "It isn't ignominious that you love me. It is ignominious to feel poor, isn't it?" he replied. High should it be?" she asked. He only stood still, in the terribly cold air that moved invisibly over the mountain tops, folding her round with his arms. "I couldn't bear this cold, eternal place without you," he said. "I couldn't bear it, it would kill the quick of my life." She kissed him again. "Suddenly, do you hate it?" she asked, puzzled, wondering. "If I couldn't come near to you, if you weren't here, I should hate it. I couldn't bear it," he answered. "But the people are nice," she said. "I mean the stillness, the cold, the frozen eternally," he said. She wondered. Then her spirit came home to him, nestling unconscious in him. "Yes, it is good we are warm and together," she said. And they turned home again. They saw the golden lights of the hotel glowing out in the night of snow silence, small in the hollow, like a cluster of yellow berries. It seemed like a bunch of sun sparks, tiny and orange in the midst of the snow darkness. Behind, was a high shadow of a peak, blotting out the stars, like a ghost. They drew near to their home. They saw a man come from the dark building, with a lighted lantern which swung golden, and made that his dark feet walked in a halo of snow. He was a small, dark figure in the darkened snow. He unlatched the door of an outhouse. A smell of cows, hot, animal, almost like beef, came out on the heavily cold air. There was a glimpse of 2 cattle in their dark stalls, then the door was shut again, and not a chink of light showed. It had reminded Ursula again of home of the marsh, of her childhood, and of the journey to Brussels, and, strangely, of Anton Skrabensky. Oh, God, could one bear it, this past which was gone down the abyss? Could she bear, that it ever had she looked round this silent, upper world of snow and stars and powerful cold? There was another world, like views on a magic lantern, the marsh, Kosithai, Ilkeston, lit up with a common, unreal light. There was a shadowy unreal Ursula, a whole shadow play of an unreal life. It was as unreal, and circumscribed, as a magic lantern show. She wished the slides could all be broken. She wished it could gone forever, like a lantern slide which was broken. She wanted to have no past. She wanted to have come down from the slopes of heaven to this place, with Birkin, not to have toiled out of the murk of her childhood and her upbringing, slowly, all soiled. She felt that memory was a dirty trick played upon her. Vvhat was this decree, that she should remember. Vvhy not a bath of pure oblivion, a new birth, without any recollections or blemish of a past life. She was with Birkin, she had just come into life, here in the high snow, against the stars. Had she to do with parents and antecedents? She knew herself new and she had no father, no mother, no anterior connections, she was herself, pure and silvery, she belonged only to the oneness with Birkin, a oneness that struck deeper notes, sounding into the heart of the universe, the heart of reality, where she had never existed before. Even Gudrun was a separate unit, separate, having nothing to do with this self, this Ursula, in her new world of reality. That old shadow world, the actuality of the past, let it go. She rose free on the wings of her new condition. Gudrun and Gerald had not come in. They had walked up the valley straight in front of the house, not like Ursula and Birkin, onto the little hill at the right. Gudrun was driven by a strange desire. She wanted to plunge on, till she came to the end of the valley of snow. Then she wanted to climb the wall of white finality, climb over, into the that sprang up like sharp petals in the heart of the frozen, mysterious navel of the world. She felt that there, over the strange blind, terrible wall of rocky snow, there in the navel of the mystic world, among the final cluster of peaks, there, in the enfolded navel of it all, was her consummation. If she could but come there, alone, and pass into the enfolded navel of eternal snow and of uprising, immortal peaks of snow and rock, she would a oneness with all, she would be herself the eternal, infinite silence, the sleeping, timeless, frozen center of the all. They went back to the house, to the reunion saal. She was curious to see what was going on. The men there made her alert, rrmsed her curiosity. It was a new taste of life for her, they were so prostrate before her, yet so full of life. The party was boisterous, they were dancing all together, dancing the Skapladdeln, the Tyrolese dance of the clapping hands and tossing the partner in the air at the crisis. The Germans were all proficient, they were from Munich chiefly. Gerald also was quite passable. Her were 3 zithers twanging away in a corner. It was a scene of great animation and confusion. The professor was initiating Ursula into the stamping, clapping, and swinging her high, with amazing force and zest. When the crisis came, even Birkin was behaving manfully with one of the professor's fresh, strong daughters, who was exceedingly happy. Everybody was dancing, there was the most distress turmoil. Gudrun looked on with delight. The solid wooden floor resounded to the knocking heels of the men, the air quivered with the clapping hands and the zither music, there was a golden dust the hanging lamps. Suddenly the dance finished, Lowerkey and the students rushed out to bring in drinks. There was an excited clamour of voices, a clinking of mug lids, a great crying of "Prosit, prosit!" Lowerki was everywhere at once, like a gnome, suggesting drinks for the women, making an obscure, slightly risky joke with the men, confusing and mystifying the waiter. He wanted very much to dance with Gudrun. From the first moment he had seen her, he wanted to make a connection with her. Instinctively she felt this, and she waited for him to come up. But a kind of sulkiness kept him away from her, so she thought he disliked her. "Will you scupladeln, gnädige Frau," said the large, fair youth, Lowerki's companion. He was too soft, too humble for Gudrun's taste. But she wanted to dance, and the fair youth, who was called Leitner, was handsome enough in his uneasy, slightly abject fashion, a humility that veered a certain fear. She accepted him as a partner. The zithers sounded out again, the dance began. Gerald led them, laughing, with one of the professor's daughters. Ursula danced with one of the students, Birkin with the other daughter of the professor with Frau Kramer, and the rest of the men danced together, with quite as much zest as if they had had women partners. Because Gudrun had danced with the well-built, soft youth, his companion, Lowerki, was more pettish and exasperated than ever, and would not even notice her existence in the room. This piqued her, but she made up to herself by dancing with the professor, who was strong as a mature, well-seasoned bull, and as full of coarse energy. She could not bear him, critically, and yet she enjoyed being rushed through the dance, and tossed up into the air, on his coarse, powerful impetus. Professor enjoyed it too. He eyed her with strange, large blue eyes, full of galvanic fire. She hated him for the seasoned, semi-paternal animalism with which he regarded her, but she admired his weight of strength. The room was charged with excitement and strong, animal emotion. Lowerki was kept away from Gudrun, to whom he wanted to spe.ak, as by a hedge of thorns, and he felt a sardonic ruthless hatred for this young love companion, Leitner, who was his penniless dependent. He mocked the youth, with an acid ridicule, that made Leitner red in the face and impotent with resentment. Gerald, who had now got the dance perfectly, was dancing again with the younger of the professor's daughters, who was almost dying of virgin excitement. She thought Gerald so handsome, so superb. He had her in his power, as if she were a palpitating bird, a fluttering, flushing, bewildered creature. And it made him smile, as she shrank convulsively between his hands, violently, when he must throw her into the air. At the end, she was so overcome with prostrate love for him, that she could scarcely speak sensibly at all. Birkin was dancing with Ursula. There were odd little fires playing in his eyes. He seemed to have turned into something wicked and flickering, mocking, suggestive, quite impossible. Ursula was frightened of him, and fascinated. Clear, before her eyes, as in a vision, she could see the sardonic, licentious mockery of his eyes. He moved towards her with subtle, animal, indifferent approach. The strangeness of his hands, which came quick and cunning, inevitably to the vital place beneath her breasts, and, lifting with mocking, suggestive impulse, carried her through the air as if without strength, through black magic, made her swoon with fear. For a moment she revolted, it was horrible. She would break the spell. But before the resolution had formed she had submitted again, yielded to her fear. He knew all the time what he was doing, she could see it in his smiling, concentrated eyes. It was his responsibility, she would leave it to him. When they were alone in the darkness, she felt the strange, licentiousness of him hovering upon her. She was troubled, and should he turn like this? Is it? She asked in dread. But his face only glistened on her, unknown, horrible. And yet she was fascinated. Her impulse was to him violently, break from this spell of mocking brutishness. But she was too fascinated, she wanted to submit, she wanted to know. Would he do to her? He was so attractive, and so repulsive at one The sardonic suggestivity that flickered over his face and looked from his narrowed eyes, made her want to hide herself away from him and watch him from somewhere unseen. "Are you like this?" she demanded again, rousing against him with sudden force and animosity. The flickering fires in his eyes concentrated as he looked into her eyes. Then the lids with a faint motion of satiric contempt. Then they rose again to the same remorseless, and she gave way. He might do as he would. His licentiousness was repulsively attractive. But he was self-responsible, she would see what it was. They might do as they liked, this she realized as she went to sleep. How could anything that gave one satisfaction be excluded? Hat was degrading? Who cared? Degrading things were real, with a different reality. And he was so unabashed and unrestrained. Wasn't it rather horrible, a man who be so soulful and spiritual, now to be so? She balked at her own thoughts and memories, then she added, so bestial. So bestial, they degraded. She winced. But after all, why not? She exulted as well. Not and go the whole und of experience? She exulted in it. She was bestial. How good it was to be really shameful. There would be no shameful thing she had not yet. She was unabashed, she was herself. Not. She was free, when she knew everything, and no dark shameful things were denied her. Gudrun, who had been watching Gerald in the reunion saal, suddenly thought, he should have all the women he can. It is his nature. It is absurd to call him monogamous. He is naturally promiscuous. That is his nature. Thought came to her involuntarily. It shocked her somewhat. It was as if she had seen some new mene upon the wall. Yet it was merely true. A voice seemed to have spoken it to her so clearly, that for the moment she believed in inspiration. It is really true, she said to herself again. She knew quite well she had believed it all along. She knew it implicitly. But she must keep it dark almost from herself. She must keep it completely secret. It was knowledge for her alone, and scarcely even to be admitted to herself. The deep resolve formed in her, to combat him. One of them must triumph over the other. Which should it be? Her soul steeled itself with strength. Almost she laughed within herself, at her confidence. It woke a certain keen, half-contemptuous pity, tenderness for him. She was so ruthless. Everybody retired early. The professor and Lowerkey went into a small lounge to drink. They both watched Gudrun go along the landing by the railing upstairs. "Ein schönes Frauenzimmer," said the professor. "Ja," asserted Lowerkey, shortly. Gerald walked with his queer, long wolf steps across the bedroom to the window, stooped and looked out, then rose again, and turned to Gudrun, his eyes sharp with an abstract smile. He seemed very tall to her. She saw the glisten of his whitish eyebrows, that met between his brows. "How do you like it?" he said. He seemed to be laughing inside himself, quite unconsciously. She looked at him. He was a phenomenon to her, not a human being, a sort of creature, greedy. "I like it very much," she replied. "Mmo, do you like best downstairs?" he asked, standing tall and glistening above her, with his glistening stiff hair erect. "Ho do I like best," she repeated, wanting to answer his question, and finding it difficult to collect herself. "Why I don't know enough about them yet, to be able to say. Do you like best?" "Oh, I don't care, I don't like or dislike any of them. It doesn't matter about me. I wanted to know about you." "But why?" she asked, going rather pale. The abstract, unconscious smile in his eyes was intensified. "Elle wanted to know," he said. She turned aside, breaking the spell. In some strange way, she felt he was getting power over her. "Well, I can't tell you already," she said. She went to the mirror to take out the hairpins from her hair. She stood before the mirror every night for some minutes, brushing her fine dark hair. It was part of the inevitable ritual of her life. He followed her, and stood behind her. She was busy with bent head, taking out the pins and shaking her warm hair loose. When she looked up, she saw him in the glass standing behind her, watching unconsciously, not consciously seeing her, and yet watching, with fine pupilled eyes that seemed to smile, and which were not really smiling. She started. It took all her courage for her to continue brushing her hair, as usual, for her to pretend she was at her ease. She was far, far from being at her ease with him. She beat her brains wildly for something to say to him. What are your plans for tomorrow? She asked nonchalantly, whilst her heart was beating so furiously, her eyes were so bright with strange nervousness, she felt he could not but observe. But she knew also that he was completely blind, blind as a wolf looking at her. It was a strange battle, her ordinary consciousness and his uncanny, black art consciousness. Don't know, he replied, what would you like to do? He spoke emptily, his mind was sunk away. Oh, she said, with easy protestation, I'm ready for anything, anything will be fine for me, I'm sure. And to herself she was saying, God, why am I so nervous? Why are you so nervous, you fool? If he sees it, I'm done for forever. You know you're done for forever, if he sees the absurd state you're in. And she smiled to herself as if it were all child's play. Meanwhile her heart was plunging, she was almost fainting. She could see him, in the mirror, as he stood there behind her, tall and overarching, blonde and terribly frightening. She glanced at his reflection with furtive eyes, willing to give anything to save him from knowing she could see him. He did not know she old see his reflection. He was looking unconsciously, glisteningly down at her head, from which the hair fell loose, as she brushed it with wild, nervous hand. She held her head aside and brushed her hair madly. For her life, she tlled not turn round and face him. For her life, she could not. And the knowledge made her almost sink to the ground in a faint, helpless, spent. She was aware of his frightening, impending figure standing close behind her, she was aware of his hard, strong, unyielding chest, close upon her back. And she felt she could not bear it any more, in a few minutes she would fall down at his feet, groveling at his feet, and letting him destroy her. Thought pricked up all her sharp intelligence and presence of mind. She dared not turn round to him, and there he stood motionless, unbroken. Summoning all her strength, she said, in a full, resonant, nonchalant voice, that was forced out with all her remaining self-control, oh, would you mind looking in that bag behind there and giving me my. Here her weaver fell inert. My what, she screamed in silence to herself. But he had started surprised and startled that she should ask him to look in her bag, which she always kept so very private to herself. She turned now, her face white, her dark eyes blazing with uncanny, overwrought excitement. She saw him stooping to the bag, undoing the loosely buckled strap, unattentive. "You're what?" he asked. "Oh, a little enamel box, yellow with a design of a cormorant plucking her breast." She went towards him, stooping her beautiful, bare arm, and deftly turned some of her things, disclosing the box, which was exquisitely painted. "That is it, see," she said, taking it from under his eyes. And he was baffled now. He was left to fasten up the bag, whilst she swiftly did up her hair for the night, and sat down to unfasten her shoes. She would not turn her back to him any more. He was baffled, frustrated, but unconscious. She had the whip hand over him now. She knew he had not realized her terrible panic. Her heart was beating heavily still. Fool that she was, to get into such a state. How she thanked God for Gerald's obtuse blindness. Thank God he could see nothing. She sat slowly unlacing her shoes, and he too commenced to undress. Thank God that crisis was over. She felt almost fond of him now, almost in love with him. "Ah, Gerald," she laughed, derisively, teasingly, "ah, what a fine game you played with the professor's daughter, didn't you now?" "Mad game?" he asked, looking round. "Isn't she in love with you, oh dear, isn't she in love with you?" said Gudrun, in her gayest, most attractive mood. "Elle shouldn't think so," he said. "Shouldn't think so," she teased. "Vimy, the poor girl is lying at this moment overwhelmed, dying with love for you. She thinks you're wonderful, oh marvelous, beyond what man has ever been." "Really, isn't it funny?" "Funny, what is funny?" he asked. "To see you working it on her," she said, with a half-reproach that confused the male conceit in him. "Really, Gerald, the poor girl." "I did nothing to her," he said. "Oh, it was too shameful, the way you simply swept her off her feet." "That was scupladdlen," he replied, with a bright grin. "Ha ha ha," laughed Gudrun. Her mockery quivered through his muscles with curious re-echoes. He slept. He seemed to crouch down in the bed, lapped up in his own strength, that yet was hollow. And Gudrun slept strongly, a victorious sleep. Suddenly, she was almost fiercely awake. The small timber room with the dawn, that came upwards from the low window. She could see down the valley when she lifted her head, the snow with a pinkish, half-revealed magic, the fringe of pine trees at the bottom of the slope. And one tiny figure moved over the vaguely illuminated space. She at his watch, it was 7 o'clock. He was still completely asleep. And she was so hard awake, it was almost frightening, a metallic wakefulness. She lay looking at him. He slept in the subjection of his own health and defeat. She was overcome by a sincere regard for him. Till now, she was afraid before him. She lay and thought about him, what he was, what he represented in the world. A fine, independent will, he had. She thought of the revolution he had worked in the mines, in so short a time. She knew that, if he were confronted with any problem, any hard actual difficulty, he would overcome it. If he laid hold of any idea, he would carry it through. He had the faculty of making order out of confusion. Only let him grip hold of a situation, and he would bring to pass an inevitable conclusion. For a few moments she was borne away on the wild wings of ambition. Gerald, with his force of will and his power for comprehending the actual world, should be set to solve the problems of the day, the problem of industrialism in the modern world. She knew he would, in the course of time, effect the changes he desired. He could reorganize the industrial system. She knew he could do it. As an instrument, in these things, he was marvelous. She had never seen any man with his potentiality. He was unaware of it, but she knew. He only needed to be hitched on, he needed that his hand should be set to the task, As he was so unconscious. And this she could do. She would marry him. He would go into Parliament in the Conservative interest, he would clear up the great muddle of labour and industry. He was so superbly fearless, masterful, he knew that every problem could be worked out, in life as in geometry. And he would care neither about himself nor about anything but the pure working out of the problem. He was very pure, really. Her heart beat fast, she flew away on wings of elation, imagining a future. He would be a Napoleon of peace, or a Bismarck, and she the woman behind him. She had read Bismarck's letters, and had been deeply moved by them. And Gerald would be freer, more dauntless than Bismarck. But even as she lay in fictitious transport, bathed in the strange, false sunshine of hope in life, something seemed to snap in her, and a terrible cynicism began to gain upon her, blowing in like a wind. Everything turned to irony with her, the last flavour of everything was ironical. She felt her pang of undeniable reality, this was when she knew the hard irony of hopes and ideas. She lay and looked at him, as he slept. He was sheerly beautiful, he was a perfect instrument. To her mind, he was a pure, inhuman, almost superhuman instrument. His instrumentality so strongly to her, she wished she were God, to use him as a tool. And at the same instant, came the ironical question, Vivi hat for? She thought of the colliers' wives, with their linoleum and their lace curtains and their little girls in high-laced BCX, TS. She thought of the wives and daughters of the pit managers, their tennis parties and their terrible struggles to be superior each to the other, in the social scale. There was Shortlands with its meaningless distinction, the meaningless crowd of the Critches. There was London, the House of Commons, the extant social world. My God! Young as she was, Gudrun had touched the whole pulse of social England. She had no ideas of rising in the world. She knew, with the perfect cynicism of cruel youth, that to rise in the world meant to have one outside show instead of another. The advance was like having a spurious half-crown instead of a spurious penny. The whole coinage of valuation was spurious. Yet of course, her cynicism knew well enough that, in a world where spurious coin was current, a bad sovereign was better than a bad farthing. But rich and poor, she despised both alike. Already she had herself for her dreams. They could be fulfilled easily enough. But she recognized too well, in her spirit, the mockery of her own impulses. V% did she care, that Gerald had created a richly paying industry out of an old worn-out concern? 1% did she care? The worn-out concern and the rapid, splendidly organized industry, they were bad money. Yet of course, she cared a great deal, outwardly, and outwardly was all that mattered, for inwardly was a bad joke. Everything was intrinsically a piece of irony to her. She leaned over Gerald and said in her heart, with compassion, "Oh, my dear, the game isn't worth even you. You are a fine thing really, why should you be used on such a poor show?" Her heart was breaking with pity and grief for him. And at the same moment, a grimace came over her mouth, of mocking irony at her own unspoken tirade. Ah, what a farce it was! She thought of Parnell and Catherine O'Shea. Parnell! After all, who can take the nationalisation of Ireland seriously? VVHO can take political Ireland really seriously, whatever it does. And who can take political England seriously? Can care a straw, really, how the old patched-up constitution is tinkered at any more. Cares a button for our national ideas, any more than for our national bowler hat? Aha, it is all old hat, it is all old bowler hat. That's all it is, Gerald, my young hero. At any rate we'll spare ourselves the nausea of stirring the old BRR, any more. You be beautiful, my Gerald, and reckless. There are perfect moments. Wake up, Gerald, wake up, convince me of the perfect moments. Oh, convince me, I need it. He opened his eyes, and looked at her. She greeted him with a mocking, enigmatic smile in which was a poignant gaiety. Over his face went the reflection of the smile, he smiled, too, purely unconsciously. That filled her with extraordinary delight, to see the smile cross his face, reflected from her face. That was how a baby smiled. It filled her with extraordinary radiant delight. You've done it, she said. Vivi hat? He asked, dazed. Convinced me. And she bent down, kissing him passionately, so that he was bewildered. He did not ask her of what he had convinced her, though he meant to. He was glad she was kissing him. She seemed to be feeling for his very heart to touch the quick of him. And he wanted her to touch the quick of his being, he wanted that most of all. Outside, somebody was singing, in a manly, reckless handsome voice, "Mach mir auf, du Stalls, mach mir ein Feuer von Holz." Vom Regen bin ich nass, Gudrun knew that song would sound through her eternity, sung in a manly, reckless, mocking voice. It marked one of her supreme moments, the supreme pangs of her nervous gratification. There it was, fixed in eternity for her. The day came fine and bluish. There was a light wind blowing among the mountain tops, keen as a rapier where it touched, carrying with it a fine dust of snow powder. Gerald went out with the fine, blind face of a man who is in his state of fulfillment. Gudrun and he were in static unity this morning, but unseeing and unwitting. They went out with a toboggan, leaving Ursula and Birkin to follow. Gudrun was all scarlet and royal blue, a scarlet jersey and cap, and a royal blue skirt and stockings. She went gaily over the white snow, with Gerald beside her, in white and grey, pulling the little toboggan. They grew small in the distance of snow, climbing the steep slope. For Gudrun herself, she seemed to pass altogether into the whiteness of the snow. She became a pure, thoughtless crystal. She reached the top of the slope. In the wind, she looked round, and saw peak beyond peak of rock and snow, bluish, transcendent in heaven. And it seemed to her like a garden, with the peaks for pure flowers, and her heart gathering them. She had no separate consciousness for Gerald. She held on to him as they went shearing down over the keen slope. She felt as if her senses were being whetted on some fine grindstone, that was keen as flame. The snow sprinted on either side, like sparks from a blade that is the whiteness round about ran swifter, swifter, in pure flame the white slope flew against her, and she fused like one molten, dancing globule, rushed through a white intensity. Then there was a great swerve at the bottom, when they swung as it were in a fall to earth, in the diminishing motion. They came to rest. But when she rose to her feet, she could not stand. She gave a strange cry, turned and clung to him, sinking her face on his breast, fainting in him. Utter oblivion came over her, as she lay for a few moments abandoned against him. VV11 et is it, he was saying. Was it too much for you? But she heard nothing. She came to, she stood up and looked round, astonished. Her was white, her eyes brilliant and large. Mad is it, he repeated. Did it upset you? She looked at him with her brilliant eyes that seemed to have undergone some transfiguration, and she laughed, with a terrible merriment. No, she cried, with triumphant joy. It was the complete moment of my life. And she looked at him with her dazzling, overweening laughter, like one possessed. A fine blade seemed to enter his heart, but he did not care, or take any notice. But they climbed up the slope again, and they flew down through the white flame again, splendidly, splendidly. Gudrun was laughing and flashing, powdered with snow crystals. Gerald worked perfectly. He felt he could guide the toboggan to a hair-breadth, almost he could make it pierce into the air and right into the very heart of the sky. It seemed to him the flying sledge was but his strength spread out, he had but to move his arms, the motion was his own. They explored the great slopes, to find another slide. He felt there must be something better than they had known. And he found what he desired, a perfect long, fierce sweep, shearing past the foot of a rock and into the trees at the base. It was dangerous, he knew. But then he knew also he would direct the sledge between his fingers. First days passed in an ecstasy of physical motion, sleighing, skiing, skating, moving in an intensity of speed and white light that surpassed life itself, and carried the souls of the human beings beyond into an inhuman abstraction of velocity and weight and eternal, frozen snow. Gerald's eyes became hard and strange, and as he went by on his skis he was more like some powerful, fateful sigh than a man, his muscles elastic in a perfect, soaring trajectory, his body projected in pure flight, mindless, soulless, whirling along one perfect line of forge. Luckily there came a day of snow, when they must all stay indoors, otherwise Birkin said, they would all lose their faculties, and begin to utter themselves in cries and shrieks, like some strange, unknown species of snow creatures. It happened in the afternoon that Ursula sat in the reunion saal talking to Lowerkey. Latter had seemed unhappy lately. He was lively and full of mischievous humor, as usual. But Ursula had thought he was sulky about something. His partner, too, the big, fair, good-looking youth, was ill at ease, going as if he belonged to nowhere, and was kept in some sort of subjection, against which he was rebelling. Lowerkey had hardly talked to Gudrun. His associate, on the other hand, had paid her constantly a soft, over-deferential attention. Gudrun wanted to talk to Inurk. He was a sculptor, and she wanted to hear his view of his art. And his figure attracted her. There was the look of a little wastrel about him, that intrigued her, and an old man's look, that interested her, and then, beside this, an uncanny singleness, a quality of being by himself, not in contact with anybody else, that marked out an artist to her. He was a chatterer, a magpie, a maker of mischievous word jokes, that were sometimes very clever, but which often were not. And she could see in his brown, gnome's eyes, the black look of inorganic misery, which lay behind all his small buffoonery. His figure interested her, the figure of a boy, almost a street Arab. He made no attempt to conceal it. He always wore a simple loden suit, with knee breeches. His legs were thin, and he made no attempt to disguise the fact, which was of itself remarkable, in a German. And he never ingratiated himself anywhere, not in the slightest, but kept to himself, for all his apparent playfulness. Leitner, his companion, was a great sportsman, very handsome with his big limbs and his blue eyes. Lowerkey would go tobogganing or skating, in little snatches, but he was indifferent. And his fine, thin nostrils, the nostrils of a pure-bred street Arab, would quiver with contempt at Leitner's splothering displays. It was evident that the two men who had travelled and lived together, sharing the same bedroom, had now reached the stage of loathing. Leitner hated Lowerkey with an injured, view-ithing, impotent hatred, and Lowerkey treated Eichitner with a fine quivering contempt and sarcasm. Soon the two would have to go apart. Already they were rarely together. Leitner ran attaching himself to somebody or other, always deferring. Lowerkey was a good deal alone. Out of doors he wore a Westphalian cap, a close brown velvet head with big brown velvet flaps down over his ears, so that he looked like a lop-eared rabbit, or a troll. His face was brown-red, with a dry, bright skin, that seemed to crinkle with his mobile expressions. His eyes were arresting brown, full, like a rabbit's, or like a troll's, or like the eyes of a lost being, having a strange, dumb, depraved look of knowledge, and a quick spark of uncanny fire. Whenever Gudrun had tried to talk to him he had shied away unresponsive, looking at her with his watchful dark eyes, but entering into no relation with her. He had made her feel that her slow French and her slower German were hateful to him. As for his own inadequate English, he was much too awkward to try it at all. But he understood a good deal of what was said, nevertheless. And Gudrun, piqued, left him alone. This afternoon, however, she came into the lounge as he was talking to Ursula. His fine, black hair somehow reminded her of a bat, thin as it was on his full, sensitive-looking head, and worn away at the temples. He sat hunched up, as if his spirit were bat-like. And Gudrun could see he was making some slow confidence to Ursula, unwilling, a slow, grudging, scanty self-revelation. She went and sat by her sister. He looked at her, then ked away again, as if he took no notice of her. But as a matter of fact, she interested him deeply. "Isn't it interesting, Prune?" said Ursula, turning to her sister. "Herr Lowerkey is doing a great frieze for a factory in Cologne, for the outside, the street." She looked at him, at his thin, brown, nervous hands, that were prehensile, and somehow like talons, like griffes, inhuman. "Wie hat in?" she asked. "Aus was," repeated Ursula. "Granit," he replied. It had become immediately a laconic series of question and answer between fellow craftsmen. "VV11 et is the relief?" asked Gudrun. Alto relievo. And at what height? It was very interesting to Gudrun to think of his making the great granite frieze for a great granite factory in Cologne. She got from him some notion of the design. It was a representation of a fair, with peasants and artisans in an orgy of enjoyment, drunk and absurd in their modern dress, whirling ridiculously in roundabouts, gaping at shows, kissing and staggering and rolling in knots, swinging in swing LX, ATS, and firing down SHCX, ting galleries, a frenzy of chaotic motion. There was a swift discussion of technicalities. Gudrun was very much impressed. "But how wonderful, to have such a factory," cried Ursula. "Is the whole building fine?" "Oh yes," he replied. "The frieze is part of whole architecture. Yes, it is a colossal thing." Then he seemed to stiffen his shoulders, and went on, "Sculpture and architecture must go together. The day for irrelevant statues, as for wall pictures, is over. As a matter of fact, sculpture is always part of an architectural conception. And since churches are all museum stuff, since industry is our business, now, then let us make our places of industry our art, our factory area our Parthenon." Echo. Ursula pondered. "I suppose," she said, "there is no need for our great works to be so hideous." Instantly he broke into motion. "There you are," he cried, "there you are. There is not only no need for our places of work to be ugly, but their ugliness ruins the work, in the end. Men will not go on submitting to such intolerable ugliness. In the end it will hurt too much, and they will wither because of it. And this will wither the work as well. They will think the work itself is ugly, the machines, the very act of labor. The machinery and the acts of labor are extremely, maddeningly beautiful. But this will be the end of our civilization, when will not work because work has become so intolerable to their senses, it nauseates them too much, they would rather starve. Then we shall see the hammer used only for smashing, then we shall see it. Yet here we have the opportunity to make beautiful factories, beautiful machine houses, we have the opportunity." Gudrun could only partly understand. She could have cried with vexation. "Does he say?" she asked Ursula. And Ursula translated, stammering and brief. Lowerke watched Gudrun's face, to see her judgment. "And do you think then," said Gudrun, "that art should serve industry? Art should interpret indust one why, as art once interpreted religion," he said. "But does your fair interpret industry?" she asked him. "Certainly. Vivat is man doing, when he is at a fair like this. He is fulfilling the counterpart of labor, the machine works him, instead of he the machine. He enjoys the mechanical motion, in his own. But is there nothing but work, mechanical work?" said Gudrun. "Nothing but work," he leaning forward, his eyes two darknesses, with needle points of light. "No, it is nothing but this, serving a machine, or enjoying the motion of a machine motion, that is all. You have never worked for hunger, or you would know what God governs us." Gudrun quivered and flushed. For some reason she was almost in tears. "No, I have not worked for hunger," she replied, "but I have worked." "Travail lavorato?" he asked. "E che lavoro? Col travail est ce que vous avez fait." He broke into a mixture of Italian and French, instinctively using a foreign language when he spoke to her. "You have never worked as the world works," he said to her, with sarcasm. "Yes," she said. "I have. And I work now for my daily bread." He paused, looked at her steadily, then dropped the subject entirely. She seemed to him to be trifling. "But have you ever worked as the world works?" Ursula asked him. He looked at her untrustful. "Yes," he replied, with a surly bark. "I'll have known what it was to lie in for 3 days, I had nothing to eat." Gudrun was looking at him with large, grave eyes, that seemed to draw the confession from him as the marrow from his bones. All his nature held him back from confessing. And yet her large, grave eyes upon him seemed to open some valve in his veins, and involuntarily he was telling. My father was a man who did not like work, and we had no mother. We lived in Austria, Polish Austria. How did we live? Somehow. Mostly in a room with 3 other families, one set in each corner and the WC in the middle of the room, a pan with a plank on it. I had 2 brothers and a sister, and there might be a woman with my father. He was a free being, in his way would fight with any man in the town, a garrison town, and was a little man too. But he wouldn't work for anybody, set his heart against it, and wouldn't. And how did you live then? Asked Ursula. He looked at her then, suddenly, at Gudrun. Do you understand? He asked. Enough, she replied. Their eyes met for a moment. Then he looked away. He would say no more. And how did you become a sculptor? Asked Ursula. How did I a sculptor? He paused. Dunk, he resumed, in a changed manner, and beginning to speak French. Old enough I used to steal from the marketplace. Later I went to work, imprinted the stamp on clay bottles, before they were baked. It was an earthenware bottle factory. There I began making models. One day, I had enough. I lay in the sun and did not go to work. Then I walked to Munich, then I walked to begging everything. The Italians were very good to me, they were good and honorable to me. From Bozen to Rome, almost every night I had a meal and a bed, perhaps of straw, with some pedicent. I love the Italian people, with all my heart. Dunk, adesso maintenant earn £1,000 in a year, or I earn 2,000. He looked down at the ground, his voice tailing off into silence. Gudrun looked at his fine, thin, shiny skin, reddish-brown from the sun, drawn tight over his full temples, and at his thin hair, and at the thick, coarse, brush-like mustache, cut short about his mobile, rather shapeless mouth. How old are you? She asked. He up at her with his full, elfin eyes, startled. We alt, he repeated. And he hesitated. It was evidently one of his reticencies. How old are you? He replied, without answering. I am 26, she answered. 26, he repeated, looking into her eyes. He paused. Then he said, Undih Hergemel, we alt is er. Viviho? Asked Gudrun. Your husband, said Ursula, with a certain irony. I haven't got a husband, said Gudrun in English. In German she answered, he is 31. But Lowerkey was watching closely, with his uncanny, full, suspicious eyes. Something in Gudrun seemed to accord with him. He was really like one of the little people who have no soul, who has found his mate in a human being. But he suffered in his discovery. She too was fascinated by him, fascinated, as if some strange creature, a rabbit, or a bat, or a brown seal, had begun to talk to her. But also, she knew what he was unconscious of, his tremendous power of understanding, of apprehending her living motion. He did not know his own power. He did not know how, with his full, submerged, watchful eyes, he could look into her and see her, what she was, see her secrets. He would only want her to be herself. He knew her verily, with a subconscious, sinister knowledge, devoid of illusions and hopes. To Gudrun, there was in Lowerkey the rock bottom of all life. Everlex, dy else had their illusion, must have their illusion, their before and after. But he, with a perfect stoicism, did without any before and after, with all illusion. He did not deceive himself in the last issue. In the last issue he cared nothing, he was troubled about nothing, he made not the slightest attempt to be at one with anything. He existed a pure, nected wool, stoical and momentaneous. There was only his work. It was curious too, how his poverty, the degradation of his earlier life, attracted her. There was something insipid and tasteless to her, in the idea of a gentleman, a man who had gone the usual course through school and university. A certain violent sympathy, however, came up in her for this mud child. He seemed to be the very stuff of the underworld of life. There was no going beyond him. Ursula too was attracted by Lowerke. In both sisters he commanded a certain homage. But there were moments when to Ursula he seemed indescribably inferior, false, a vulgarism. Both Birkin and Gerald disliked him, Gerald ignoring him with some contempt, Birkin exasperated. What do the women find so impressive in that little brat? Gerald asked. God alone knows, replied Birkin, unless it's some sort of appeal he makes to them, which flatters them and has such a power over them. Gerald looked up in surprise. Does he make an appeal to them? He asked. Oh yes, replied Birkin. He is the perfectly subjected being, existing almost like a criminal. And the women rush towards that, like a current of air towards a vacuum. Funny they should rush to that, said Gerald. Makes one mad, too, said Birkin. But he has the fascination of pity and repulsion for them, a little obscene monster of the darkness that he is. Gerald stood still, suspended in thought. Do women want, at the bottom? He asked. Birkin shrugged his shoulders. God knows, he said. Some satisfaction in basic repulsion, it seems to me. They seem to creep down some ghastly tunnel of darkness, and will never be satisfied till they've come to the end. Gerald looked out into the mist of fine snow that was blowing by. Everywhere was blind today, horribly blind. And what is the end? He asked. Birkin shook his head. I've not got there yet, so I don't know. Ask Lowerke, he's pretty near. He is a good many stages further than either you or I can go. Yes, but stages further in what? Cried Gerald, irritated. Birkin sighed, and gathered his brows into a knot of anger. Stages further in social hatred, he said. He lives like a rat, in the river of corruption, just where it falls over into the bottomless pit. He's further on than we are. He hates the ideal more acutely. He hates the ideal utterly, yet it still dominates him. I expect he is a Jew or part Jewish. Probably, said Gerald. He is a gnawing little negation, gnawing at the roots of life. But why does anybody care about him? Cried Gerald. Because they hate the ideal also, in their souls. They want to explore the sewers, and he's the wizard rat that swims ahead. Still Gerald stood and stared at the blind haze of snow outside. I don't understand your terms, really, he said, in a flat, doomed voice. But it sounds a rum sort of desire. I suppose we want the same, said Birkin. Only we want to take a quick jump downwards, in a sort of ecstasy, and he ebbs with the stream, the sewer stream. Meanwhile Gudrun and Ursula waited for the next opportunity to talk to Lowerke. It was no use beginning when the men were there. Then they could get into no touch with the isolated little sculptor. He had to be alone with them. And he preferred Ursula to be there, as a sort of transmitter to Gudrun. Do you do nothing but architectural sculpture? Gudrun asked him one evening. Not now, he replied. I'll have done all sorts except portraits. I never did portraits. But other things, mad kind of things? Asked Gudrun. He paused a moment, then rose, and went out of the room. He returned almost immediately with a little roll of paper, which he handed to her. She unrolled it. It was a photogravure of a statuette, signed F. Lowerke. That is quite an early thing, not mechanical, he said, more popular. The statuette was of a naked girl, small, finely made, sitting on a great naked horse. The girl was young and tender, a mere bud. She was sitting sideways on the horse, her face in her hands, as if in shame and grief, in a little abandon. Her hair, which was short and must be flaxen, fell forward, divided, half covering her hands. Her limbs were young and tender. Her legs, scarcely formed yet, the legs of a maiden just passing towards cruel womanhood, dangled childishly over the side of the powerful horse, pathetically, the small feet folded one over the other, as if to hide. But there was no hiding. There she was X1X, said naked on the naked flank of the horse. The horse stood stock still, stretched in a kind of start. It was a massive, magnificent stallion, rigid with pent-up power. Its neck was arched and terrible, like a sickle, its flanks were pressed back, rigid with power. Gudrun went pale, and a darkness came over her eyes, like shame. She looked up with a certain supplication, almost slave-like. He glanced at her, and jerked his head a little. "How big is it?" she asked, in a toneless voice, persisting in appearing casual and unaffected. "How big?" he replied, glancing again at her. Without pedestal so high he measured with his hand with pedestal, so he looked at her steadily. There was a little brusque, turgid contempt for her in his swift gesture, and she seemed to cringe a little. "And what is it done in?" she asked, throwing back her head and looking at him with affectedness. He still at her steadily, and his dominance was not shaken. "Bronze, green bronze." "Green bronze," repeated Gudrun, coldly accepting his challenge. She was thinking of the slender, immature, tender limbs of the girl, smooth and CXLD in green bronze. "Yes, beautiful," she murmured, looking up at him with a certain dark homage. He closed his eyes and looked aside, triumphant. "Vvhy," said Ursula, "did you make the horse so stiff?" "It is as stiff as a block." "Stiff," he repeated, in arms at once. "Yes. Look how stock and stupid and brutal it is. Horses are sensitive, quite delicate and sensitive, really." He raised his shoulders, spread his hands in a shrug of slow indifference, as much as to inform her she was an amateur and an impertinent nobody. "Wissen Sie," he said, with an insulting patience and condescension in his voice, "that horse is a certain form, part of a whole form. It is part of a work of art, a piece of form. It is not a picture of a friendly horse to which you give a lump of sugar. Do you see? It is part of a work of art, it has no relation to anything outside that work of art." Ursula, angry at being treated quite so insultingly de haut en bas, from the height of esoteric art to the depth of general exoteric amateurism, replied, hotly, flushing and lifting her face. "But it is a picture of a horse, nevertheless." He lifted his shoulders in another shrug. "As you like. It is not a picture of a cow, certainly." Here Gudrun broke in, flushed and brilliant, anxious to avoid any more of this, any more of Ursula's foolish persistence in giving herself away. "VV11 At do you mean by it is a picture of a horse?" she cried at her sister. "Matt, do you mean by a horse? You mean an idea you have in your head, and which you want to see represented. There is another idea altogether, quite another idea. Call it a horse if you like, or say it is not a horse. I have just as much right to say that your horse isn't a horse, that it is a falsity of your own make-up." Ursula wavered, baffled. Then her words came. "But why does he have this idea of a horse?" she said. "I'll know it is his idea. I know it is a picture of himself." Really Lowerkey snorted with rage. "A picture of myself," he in derision. "Wissen Sie, gnädige Frau, that is a Kunstwerk, a work of art. It is a work of art, it is a picture of nothing, of absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with anything but itself, it has no relation with the everyday world of this and other, there is no connection between them, absolutely none. They are two different and distinct planes of existence, and to translate one into the other is worse than foolish, it is a darkening of all counsel, a making confusion everywhere. Do you see, you must not confuse the relative work of action, with the absolute world of art. That you must not do." "That is quite true," cried Gudrun, let loose in a sort of rhapsody. "The two things are quite and permanently apart, they have nothing to do with one another. I and my art, they have nothing to do with each other. My art stands in another world, I am in this world. Her face was flushed and transfigured. Lowerkey, who was sitting with his head ducked, like some creature at bay, looked up at her, swiftly, almost furtively, and murmured, "Ja soist es, soist es." Ursula was silent after this outburst. She was furious. She wanted to poke a hole into them. It isn't a word of it true, of all this harangue you have made me, she replied flatly. The horse is a picture of your own stock, stupid brutality, and the girl was a girl you loved and tortured and then ignored. He looked up at her with a small smile of contempt in his eyes. He would not trouble to answer this last charge. Gudrun too was silent in exasperated contempt. Ursula was such an insufferable outsider, rushing in where angels would fear to tread. But then fools must be suffered, if not gladly. But Ursula was persistent too. As for your world of art and your world of reality, she replied, you have to separate the because you can't to know what you are. You can't bear to realize what a stock, stiff, hidebound brutality you are really, so you say it's the world of art. The world of art is only the truth about the real world, that's all, but you are too far gone to see it. She was white and trembling, intent. Gudrun and Lowerkey sat in stiff dislike of her. Gerald too, who had come up in the beginning of the speech, stood looking at her in complete disapproval and opposition. He felt she was undignified, she put a sort of vulgarity over the esotericism which gave man his last distinction. He joined his forces with the other two. They all three wanted her to go away. But she sat on in silence, her soul weeping, throbbing violently, her fingers twisting her handkerchief. The others maintained a dead silence, letting the display of Ursula's obtrusiveness pass by. Gudrun asked, in a voice that was quite cool and C.Azul, as if resuming a C.Azul conversation, was the girl a model? Nein, sie war ein klein Malschülerin. An art student, replied Gudrun. And how the situation revealed itself to her. She saw the girl art student, unformed and of pernicious recklessness, too young, her straight flaxen hair cut short, hanging just into her neck, curving inwards slightly, because it was rather thick, and Lowerkey, the well-known master sculptor, and the girl, probably well brought up, and of good family, thinking herself so great to be his mistress. Oh, how well she knew the common callousness of it all! Dresden, Paris, or London, what did it matter? She knew it. Vivi, here is she now? Ursula asked. Lowerkey raised his shoulders, to convey his complete ignorance and indifference. That is already 6 years ago, he said, she will be 23 years old, no more good. Gerald had picked up the picture and was looking at it. It attracted him also. He saw on the pedestal, that the piece was called Lady Godiva. But this isn't Lady Godiva, he said, smiling good-humouredly. She was the middle-aged wife of some earl or other, who covered herself with her long hair. Allah Maud Allen, said Gudrun with a mocking grimace. Vvhy Maud Allen, he replied. Isn't it so? I always thought the legend was that. Yes, Gerald dear, I'm quite sure you've got the legend perfectly. She was laughing at him, with a little, mock-caressive contempt. To be sure, I'd rather see the woman than the hair, he laughed in return. Wouldn't you just, mocked Gudrun. Ursula rose and went away, leaving the three together. Gudrun took the picture again from Gerald, and sat looking at it closely. Of course, she said, turning to Tiesenirk, now, your little Malschülerin. He raised his eyebrows and his shoulders in a complacent shrug. The little girl, asked Gerald, hinting to the figure. Gudrun was sitting with the picture in her lap. She looked up at Gerald, full into his eyes, so that he seemed to be blinded. Didn't he understand her, she said to Gerald, in a slightly mocking, humorous playfulness. You've only to look at the feet, aren't they darling, so pretty and tender, oh, they're really wonderful, they are really. She lifted her eyes slowly, with a hot, flaming look into Lowerke's eyes. His soul was filled with her burning recognition, he seemed to grow more uppish and lordly. Gerald looked at the small, sculptured feet. They were turned together, half covering each other in pathetic shyness and fear. He looked at them a long time, fascinated. Then, in some pain, he put the picture away from him. He felt full of barrenness. VV11, it was her name. Gudrun asked Lowerke. Annette von Weck, Lowerke replied reminiscent. JASIE Warhubsch. She was pretty but she was tiresome. She was a for a minute would she keep still, not until I'd slapped her hard and made her cry, then she'd sit for 5 minutes. He was thinking over the work, his work, the all-important to him. Did you really slap her? Asked Gudrun, coolly. He glanced back at her, reading her challenge. Yes, I did, he said, nonchalant, harder than I have ever at anything in my life. I had to. It was the only way I got the work done. Gudrun watched him with large, dark-filled eyes, for some moments. She seemed to be considering his very soul. Then she looked down, in silence. Why did you have such a young Godiva then? Asked Gerald. She is so small, besides, on the horse not big enough for it, such a child. A queer spasm went over Lowerke's face. Yes, he said. I don't like them any bigger, any older. Then they are beautiful, at 16, 17, 18, after that, they are no use to me. There was a moment's pause. Why not? Asked Gerald. Lowerke shrugged his shoulders. I don't find them interesting or beautiful, they are no good to me, for my work. Do you mean to say a woman isn't beautiful after she is 20? Asked Gerald. For me, no. Before 20, she is small and fresh and tender and slight. After that, let her be what she likes, she has nothing for me. The Venus of Milo is a bourgeoise, so are they all. And you don't care for women at all after 20? Asked Gerald. They are no good to me, they are of no use in my art, Lowerke repeated impatiently. I don't find them. You are an epicure, said Gerald, with a slight sarcastic laugh. And what about men? Asked Gudrun suddenly. Yes, they are good at all ages, replied Lowerke. A man should be big and powerful, whether he is old or young is of no account, so he has the size, something of massiveness and stupid form. Ursula went out alone into the world of pure, new snow. But the dazzling whiteness seemed to beat upon her till it hurt her. She felt the cold was slowly strangling her soul. Her head felt dazed and numb. Suddenly she wanted to go away. It occurred to her, like a miracle, that she might go away into another world. She had felt so doomed up here in the eternal snow, as if there were no beyond. Now suddenly, as by a miracle, she remembered that away beyond, below her, lay the dark fruitful earth, that towards the south there were stretches of land dark with orange trees and cypress, grey with olives, that ilex trees lifted wonderful plumy tufts in shadow against a blue sky. Miracle of miracles, this utterly silent, frozen world of the mountain tops was not universal. One might leave it and have done with it. One might go away. She wanted to realize the miracle at once. She wanted at this instant to have done with the snow world, the terrible, static ice-built mountain tops. She wanted to see the dark earth, to smell its earthy, to see the patient wintry vegetation, to feel the sunshine touchy in the buds. She went back gladly to the house, full of hope. Birkin was reading, lying in bed. Rupert, she said, bursting in on him. I want to go away. He looked up at her slowly. Do you? He replied mildly. She sat by him and put her arms round his neck. It surprised her that he was so little surprised. Don't you? She asked, troubled. I hadn't thought about it, he said. But I'm sure I do. She sat up, suddenly erect. I hate it, she said. I hate the snow, and the unnaturalness of it, the unnatural light it throws on the ghastly glamour, the unnatural feelings it makes everybody have. He lay still and laughed, meditating. Well, he said, we can go away, we can go tomorrow. We'll go tomorrow to Verona, and find Romeo and Juliet, and sit in the amphitheatre. Suddenly she hid her face against his shoulder with perplexity and shyness. He lay so untrammeled. Yes, she said softly, filled with relief. She felt her soul had new wings. Noe was so uncaring. I shall love to be Romeo and Juliet, she said. My love. Though a fearfully cold wind blows in Verona, he said, from out of the Alps. We shall have the smell of the snow in our noses. She sat up and looked at him. Are you glad to go? She asked, troubled. His eyes were inscrutable and laughing. She hid her face against his neck, clinging close to him, pleading, don't laugh at me, don't laugh at me. How's that? He laughed, putting his arms round her. Because I don't want to be laughed at, she whispered. He laughed more, as he kissed her delicate, finely perfumed hair. Do you love me? She whispered, in wild seriousness. Yes, he answered, laughing. Suddenly she lifted her mouth to be kissed. Her lips were taut and quivering and strenuous, his were soft, deep, and delicate. He waited a few moments in the kiss. Then a shade of sadness went over his soul. Your mouth is so hard, he said, in faint reproach, and yours is so soft and nice, she said gladly. But why do you always grip your lips? He asked, regretful. Never mind, she said swiftly. It is my way. She knew he loved her, she was sure of him. Yet she could not let go a hold over herself, she could not him to question her. She gave herself up in delight to being loved by him. She knew that, in spite of his joy when she abandoned herself, he was a little bit saddened too. She could give herself up to his activity. But she could not be herself, she dared not come forth quite nakedly to his nakedness, abandoning all adjustment, lapsing in pure faith with him. She abandoned herself to him, or she took hold of him and gathered her joy of him. And she him fully. But they were never quite together, at the same moment, one was always a little left out. Nevertheless she was glad in hope, glorious and free, full of life and liberty. And he was still and soft and patient, for the time. They made their preparations to leave the next day. First they went to Gudrun's room, where she and Gerald were just dressed ready for the evening indoors. Prune, said Ursula, I'll think we shall go away tomorrow. I can't stand the snow anymore. It hurts my skin and my soul. Does it really hurt your soul, Ursula? Asked Gudrun, in some surprise. Elle can believe quite it hurts your skin, it is terrible. But I thought it was admirable for the soul. No, not for mine. It just injures it, said Ursula. Really? Cried Gudrun. There was a silence in the room. And Ursula and Birkin could feel that Gudrun and Gerald were relieved by their going. You will go south, said Gerald, a little ring of uneasiness in his voice. Yes, said Birkin, turning away. There was a queer, indefinable hostility between the two men, lately. Birkin was on the whole dim and indifferent, drifting along in a dim, easy flow, unnoticing and patient since he came abroad, whilst Gerald on the other hand, was intense and gripped into white light, agonists. The two men revoked one another. Gerald and Gudrun were very kind to the two who were departing, solicitous for their welfare as if they were children. Gudrun came to Ursula's bedroom with 3 pairs of the coloured stockings for which she was notorious, and she threw them on the bed. But these were thick silk stockings, vermilion, cornflower blue, and grey, bought in Paris. The grey ones were knitted, seamless and heavy. Ursula was in raptures. She knew Gudrun must be feeling very loving, to give away such treasures. I can't take them from you, Prune, she cried. I can't possibly deprive you of them, the jewels. Aren't they jewels? Cried Gudrun, eyeing her gifts with an envious eye. Aren't they real lambs? Yes, you must keep them, said Ursula. I don't want them, I've got 3 more pairs. I want you to keep them, I want you to have them. They're yours, there, and with trembling, excited hands she put the coveted stockings under Ursula's pillow. One gets the greatest joy of all out of really lovely stockings, said Ursula. One does, replied Gudrun, the greatest joy of all. And she sat down in the chair. It was evident she had come for a last talk. Ursula, not knowing what she wanted, waited in silence. Do you feel, Ursula, Gudrun began, rather sceptically, that you are going away forever, never to return, sort of thing? Oh, we shall come back, said Ursula. It isn't a question of train journeys. Yes, I know. But spiritually, so to speak, you are going away from us all. Ursula quivered. I don't know a bit what is going to, she said. I only know we are going somewhere. Gudrun waited. And you are glad? She asked. Ursula meditated for a moment. I believe I am very glad, she replied. But Gudrun read the unconscious brightness on her sister's face, rather than the uncertain tones of her. But don't you think you'll want the old connection with the world, father and the rest of us, and all that it means, England and the world of thought? Don't you think you'll need that, really, to make a world? Ursula was silent, trying to imagine. I think, she said at length, involuntarily, that Rupert is right. One wants a new space to be in, and one falls away from the old. Gudrun watched her sister with impassive face and steady eyes. One wants a new space to be in, I quite agree, she said. But I think that a new world is a development from this world, and that to isolate oneself with one other person, isn't to find a new world at all, but only to secure oneself in one's illusions. Ursula looked out of the window. In her soul she began to wrestle, and she was frightened. She was always frightened of words, because she knew that mere word force could always make her believe what she did not believe. Perhaps, she said, full of mistrust, of herself and everybody. But, she added, I do think that one can't have anything new whilst one cares for the old. Do you know what I fighting the old is belonging to it? I know, one is tempted to stop with the world, just to fight it. But then it isn't worth it. Gudrun considered herself. Yes, she said. In a way, one is off-world if one lives in it. But isn't it really an illusion to think you can get out of it? After all, a cottage in the Abruzzi, or wherever it may, isn't a new world. No, the only thing to do with the world, is to see it through. Ursula looked away. She was so frightened of argument. But there can something else, can't there, she said. One can see it through in one's soul, long enough before it sees itself through in actuality. And then, when one has seen one's soul, one is something else. Can one see it through in one's soul? Asked Gudrun. If you mean that you can see to the end of what will, I don't agree. I really can't agree. And anyhow, you can't suddenly fly off onto a new planet, because you think you can see to the end of this. Ursula suddenly straightened herself. Yes, she said. Yes, one knows. One has no more connections here. One has a sort of other self, that belongs to a new planet, not to this. You've got to hop off. Gudrun reflected for a few moments. Then a smile of ridicule, almost of contempt, came over her face. And what will happen when you find yourself in space? She cried in derision. After all, the great ideas of the world are the same there. You above everybody can't get away from the fact that love, for instance, is the supreme thing, in space as well as on Earth. No, said Ursula, it isn't. Love is too human and little. I in something inhuman, of which love is only a little part. I believe what we must fulfill comes out of the unknown to us, and it is something infinitely more than love. It isn't so merely human. Gudrun looked at Ursula with steady, balancing eyes. She admired and despised her sisters so much, both. Then, suddenly she averted her face, saying coldly, uglily, "Well, I've got no further than love, yet." Over Ursula's mind flashed the thought, because you never have loved, you can't get beyond it. Gudrun rose, came over to Ursula and put her arm round her neck. "Go and find your new world, dear," she said, her voice clanging with false benignity. After all, the happiest voyage is the quest of Rupert's blessed isles. Her arm rested round Ursula's neck, her fingers on Ursula's cheek for a few moments. Ursula was supremely uncomfortable meanwhile. There was an insult in Gudrun's patronage that was really too hurting. Feeling her sister's resistance, Gudrun drew awkwardly away, turned over the pillow, and disclosed the stockings again. "Ha ha," she laughed, rather hollowly. "How we do talk indeed, new worlds and old." And they passed to the familiar worldly subjects. Gerald and Birkin had walked on ahead, waiting for the sledge to overtake them, conveying the departing guests. "How much longer you stay here?" asked Birkin, glancing up at Gerald's very red, almost blank face. "Oh, I can't say," Gerald replied. "Till we get tired of it." "You're not afraid of the snow melting first?" asked Birkin. Gerald laughed. "Does it melt?" he said. "Things are all right with you then," said Birkin. Gerald screwed up his eyes a little. "All right," he said. "I never know what those common words mean. All right and all wrong, don't they synonymous, somewhere?" "Yes, I suppose." "How about going back?" asked Birkin. "Oh, I don't know. We may never get back." "I don't look before and after," said Gerald. "Nor pine for what is not," said Birkin. Gerald looked into the with the small pupilled, abstract eyes of a hawk. "No. There's something final about this. And Gudrun seems like the end, to me. I don't know, but she seems so soft, her skin like silk, her arms heavy and soft. And it withers my consciousness, somehow, it burns the pith of my mind." He went on a few paces, staring ahead, his eyes fixed, looking like a mask used in ghastly religions of the barbarians. "It blasts your soul's eye," he said, "and leaves you sightless. Yet you want to be sightless, you want to blast it, you don't want it any different." He was speaking as if in a trance, verbal and blank. Then suddenly he braced himself up with a kind of rhapsody, and looked at Birkin with vindictive, cowed eyes, saying, "Do you know what it is to suffer when you are with a woman? She's so beautiful, so perfect, you find her so gcxd, it tears you like a silk, and every stroke and bit cuts ha, that when you blast yourself, you blast yourself." And then he stopped on the snow and suddenly opened his clenched hands. "It's nothing, your brain might have gone charred as rags," and he looked round into the air with a queer histrionic movement. "It's blasting, you understand what I mean? It is a great experience, something final, and then you're shriveled as if struck by electricity." He walked on in silence. It seemed like bragging, but like a man in extremity, truthfully. "Of course," he resumed, "Elle wouldn't not have had it. It's a complete experience. And she's a wonderful woman. But how I hate her somewhere. It's curious." Birkin looked at him, at his strange, scarcely conscious face. Gerald seemed blank before his own words. "But you've had enough now," said Birkin. "You have had your experience work on an old wound." "Oh," said Gerald, "I don't know. It's not finished." And the two walked on. "I've loved you, as well as Gudrun, don't forget," said Birkin bitterly. Gerald looked at him strangely, abstractedly. "Have you?" he said, with icy scepticism. "Or do you think you have?" He was hardly responsible for what he said. The sledge came. Gudrun dismounted and they all made their farewell. They wanted to go apart, all of them. Birkin took his place, and the sledge drove away, leaving Gudrun and Gerald standing on the snow, waving. Something froze Birkin's heart, seeing them standing there in the isolation of the snow, growing smaller and more isolated. Chapter 30. Snowed up. Ursula and Birkin were gone. Gudrun felt herself free in her CX, entist with Gerald. As they grew more used to each other, he seemed to press upon her more and more. At first she could manage him, so that her own will was always left free. But very soon, he began to ignore her female tactics, he dropped his respect for her whims and her privacies, he began to exert his own will blindly, without submitting to hers. Already a vital conflict had set in, which frightened them both. But he was alone, whilst already she had begun to cast round for external resource. Ursula had gone, Gudrun felt her own existence had become stark and elemental. She went and crouched alone in her bedroom, looking out of the window at the big, flashing stars. In front was the faint shadow of the mountain knot. That was the pivot. She felt strange and inevitable, as if she were centered upon the pivot of all existence, there was no further reality. Presently Gerald opened the door. She knew he would not be long before he came. She was rarely alone, he pressed upon her like a frost, deadening her. "Are you alone in the dark?" he said. And she could tell by his tone he resented it, he resented this isolation she had drawn round herself. Yet, feeling static and inevitable, she was kind towards him. "Would you like to light the candle?" she asked. He did not answer, but came and stood behind her, in the darkness. "Look," she said, "at that lovely star up there. Do you know its name?" He crouched beside her, to look through the low window. "No," he said. "It is very fine. Isn't it beautiful? Do you notice how it darts different colored fires? It flashes really superbly." They remained in silence. With a mute, heavy gesture she put her hand on his knee, and his hand. "Are you regretting Ursula?" he asked. "No, not at all," she said. Then, in a slow mood, she asked, "How much do you love me?" He stiffened himself further against her. "How much do you think I do?" he asked. "Don't know," she replied. "But what is your opinion?" he asked. There was a pause. At length, in the darkness, came her voice, hard and indifferent. "Very little indeed," she said coldly, almost flippant. His heart went icy at the sound of her voice. "Don't I love you?" he asked, as if admitting the truth of her accusation, yet hating her for it. Don't know why you don't. I've been good to you. You were in a fearful state when you came to me." Her heart was beating to suffocate her, yet she was strong and unrelenting. Was I in a fearful state?" he asked. "You first came to me. I had to take pity on you. But it was never love." It was that statement, "it was never love," which sounded in his ears with madness. "Must you repeat it so often, that there is no love?" he said in a voice strangled with rage. "Well, you don't think you love, do you?" she asked. He was silent with cold passion of anger. "You don't think you can love me, do you?" she repeated almost with a no, he said. "You know you never have loved me, don't you?" "I don't know what you mean by the word love," he replied. "Yes, you do. You know all right that you have never loved me. Have you, do you think?" "No," he said, prompted by some barren spirit of truthfulness and obstinacy. "And you never will love me," she said finally, "will you?" There was a diabolic coldness in her, too much to bear. "No," he said. "Then," she replied, "what have you against me?" He was silent in cold, frightened rage and despair. "If only I could kill her," his heart was whispering repeatedly. "If only I could kill her, I should be free." It seemed to him that death was the only severing of this Gordian knot. "Why do you torture me?" he said. She flung her arms round his neck. "I don't want to torture you," she said pityingly, as if she were comforting a child. The impertinence made his veins go cold, he was insensible. She held her arms round his neck, in a triumph of pity. And her pity for him was as a stone, its deepest motive was hate of him, and fear of his power over her, which she must always counterfoil. "Say you love me," she pleaded. "Say you will love me forever, won't you, won't you?" But it was her voice only that coaxed him. Her senses were entirely apart from him, cold and destructive of him. It was her overbearing will that insisted. "Won't you say you'll love me always?" she axed. "Say it, even if it isn't true, say it, Gerald, do." "Elle will love you always," he repeated, in real agony, forcing the words out. She gave him a quick kiss. "Fancy your actually having said it," she said with a touch of raillery. He stood as if he had been beaten. "Try to love me a little more, and to want me a little less," she said, in a half-contemptuous, half-coaxing tone. Darkness seemed to be swaying in waves across his mind, great waves of darkness plunging across his mind. It seemed to him he was at the very quick, made of no account. "You mean you don't want me," he said. "You are so insistent, and there is so little in you, so little fineness. You are so crude. You break me, you only waste me, it is horrible to you," he repeated. "Yes. Don't you think I might have a room to myself, now Ursula has gone? You can say you want a dressing room. You do as you like, you can leave altogether if you like," he managed to articulate. "Yes, I know that," she replied. "So can you. You can leave me whenever you like without notice even." The great tides of darkness were swinging across his mind, he could hardly stand upright. A terrible weariness overcame him, he felt he must lie on the floor. Dropping off his clothes, he got into bed, and lay like a man suddenly overcome by drunkenness, the darkness lifting and plunging as if he were lying upon a black, giddy sea. He lay still in this strange, horrific reeling for some time, purely unconscious. At length she slipped from her own bed and came over to him. He remained rigid, his back to her. He was all but unconscious. She put her arms round his terrifying, insentient body, and laid her cheek against his hard shoulder. "Gerald," she whispered. "Gerald." There was no change in him. She caught him against her. She pressed her breasts against his shoulders, she kissed his shoulder, through the sleeping jacket. Her mind wandered, over his rigid, unliving 9dy. She was wild-eared, and insistent, only her will was set for him to speak to her. "Gerald, my dear," she whispered, bending over him, kissing his ear. Her warm breath playing, flying rhythmically over his ear, seemed to relax the tension. She could feel his body gradually relaxing a little, losing its terrifying, unnatural rigidity. Her hands clutched his limbs, his muscles, going over him spasmodically. The hot blood began to flow again through his veins, his limbs relaxed. "Turn round to me," she whispered, forlorn with insistence and triumph. So at last he was given again, warm and flexible. He turned and gathered her in his arms. And feeling her soft against him, so perfectly and wondrously soft and recipient, his arms tightened on her. She was as if crushed, powerless in him. His brain seemed hard and invincible now, like a jewel, there was no resisting him. His passion was awful to her, tense and ghastly, and impersonal, like a destruction, ultimate. She felt it would kill her. She was being killed. My God," she cried, in anguish, in his feeling her life being killed within her. And when he was kissing her, soothing her, her breath came slowly, as if she were really spent, dying. "Shall I die, shall I die?" she repeated to herself. And in the night, and in him, there was no answer to the question. And yet, next day, the fragment of her which was not destroyed remained intact and hostile. She did not go away, she remained to finish the holiday, admitting nothing. He scarcely ever left her alone, but followed her like a shadow. He was like a doom upon her, a continual thou shalt not. Sometimes it was he who seemed strongest, whilst she was almost gone, creeping near the earth like a spent wind, sometimes it was the reverse. But always it was this eternal seesaw, one destroyed that the other might exist, one ratified because the other was nulled. In the end, she said to herself, I shall go away from him. I can be free of her, he said to himself in his paroxysms of suffering. And he set himself to be free. He even prepared to go away, to leave her in the lurch. But for the first time there was a flaw in his will. Mere shall I go, he asked himself. Can't you be self-sufficient, he replied to himself, putting himself upon his pride. Self-sufficient, it seemed to him that Gudrun was sufficient unto herself, closed round and completed, like a thing in a case. In the calm, static reason of his soul, he recognized this, and admitted it was her right, to be closed round upon herself, self-complete, without desire. He realized it, he admitted it, it only needed one last effort on his own part, to win for himself the same completeness. He knew that it only needed one convulsion of his will for him to be able to turn upon himself also, to close upon himself as a stone fixes upon itself, and is impervious, self-completed, a thing isolated. This knowledge threw him into a terrible chaos. Because, however much he might mentally will to be immune and self-complete, the desire for this state was lacking, and he could not create it. He could see that, to exist at all, he must be perfectly free of Gudrun, leave her if she wanted to be left, demand nothing of her, have no claim upon her. But then, to have no claim upon her, he must stand by himself, in sheer nothingness. And his brain turned to naught at the idea. It was a state of nothingness. On the other hand, he might give in, and fawn to her. Or finally, he might kill her. Or he might become just indifferent, purposeless, momentaneous. But his nature was too serious, not gay enough or subtle enough for mocking licentiousness. A strange rent had been torn in him, like a victim that is torn open and given to the heavens, so he had been torn apart and given to Gudrun. How should he close again this wound, this strange, infinitely sensitive opening of his soul, where he was exposed, like an open flower, to all the universe, and in which he was given to his complement, the other, the unknown, this wound, this disclosure, this unfolding of his own covering, leaving him incomplete, limited, unfinished, like an open flower under the sky, this was his cruelest joy. Why then should he forego it? Should he close up and become impervious, immune, like a partial thing in a sheath, when he had broken forth, like a seed that has germinated, to issue forth in being, embracing the unrealized heavens? He would keep the unfinished bliss of his own yearning even through the torture she inflicted upon him. A strange obstinacy possessed him. He would not go away from her whatever she said or did. A strange, deathly yearning carried him along with her. She was the determinating influence of his very being, though she treated him with contempt, repeated rebuffs, and denials, still he would never be gone, since in near her, even, he felt the quickening, the going forth in him, the release, the knowledge of his own limitation and the magic of the promise, as well as the mystery of his own destruction and annihilation. She tortured the open heart of him even as he turned to her. And she was tortured herself. It may have been her will was stronger. She felt, with horror, as if he tore at the bud off her heart, tore it open, like an irreverent persistent being. Like a boy who pulls off a fly's wings, or tears open a bud to see what is in the flower, he tore at her privacy, at her very life. He would destroy her as an immature bud, torn is destroyed. She might open towards him, a long while hence, in her dreams, when she was a pure spirit. But now she was not to be violated and ruined. She closed against him fiercely. They climbed together, at evening, up the high to see the sunset. In the finely breathing, keen wind they watched the yellow sun sink in crimson and disappear. Then in the east the peaks and ridges glowed with living rose, incandescent like immortal flowers against a brown-purple sky, a miracle, whilst down below the world was a bluish shadow, and above, like an annunciation, hovered a rosy transport in mid-air. To her it was so beautiful, it was a delirium, she wanted to gather the glowing, eternal to her breast, and die. He saw them, saw they were beautiful. But there arose no clamour in his breast, only a bitterness that was visionary in itself. He wished the peaks were unbeautiful, so that she should not get her support from them. Did she betray the two of them so terribly, in embracing the glow of the evening? Did she leave him standing there, with the ice wind blowing through his heart, like death, to gratify herself among the rosy snow tips? "Does the twilight matter?" he said. "Why do you grovel before it? Is it so important to you?" She in violation and in fury. "Go away," she cried, "and leave me to it. It is beautiful, beautiful," she sang in strange, rhapsodic tones. "It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my life. Don't try to come it and me. Take yourself away, you are out of place." He stood back a little, and left her standing there, statue-like, transported into the mystic glowing east. Already the rose was fading, large white stars were flashing out. He waited. He would forego everything but the yearning. "That was the most perfect thing I have ever seen," she said in cold, brutal tones, when at last she turned round to him. "It amazes me that you should want to destroy it. If you and see it yourself, why try to debar me?" But in reality, he had destroyed it for her, she was straining after a dead effect. "One day," he said, softly, looking up at her, "I shall destroy you, as you stand looking at the sunset, because you are such a liar." There was a soft, voluptuous promise to himself in the words. She was chilled but arrogant. "Ha," she said. "I am not afraid of your threats." She denied herself to him, she kept her room rigidly private to herself. But he waited on, in a curious patience, belonging to his yearning for her. In the end, he said to himself with real voluptuous promise, "When it reaches that point, I shall do away with her." And he trembled delicately in every limb, in anticipation, as he trembled in his most violent accesses of passionate approach to her, trembling with too much desire. She had a curious sort of allegiance with Lowerkey, all the while, now, something insidious and traitorous. Gerald knew of it. But in the unnatural state of patience, and the unwillingness to harden himself against her, in which he found himself, he took no notice, although her soft kindliness to the other man, whom he hated as a noxious insect, made him shiver again with an access of the strange shuddering that came over him repeatedly. He left her alone only when he went skiing, a sport he loved, and which she did not practice. He seemed to sweep out of life, to be a projectile into the beyond. And often, when he went away, she talked to the little German sculptor. They had an invariable topic, in their art. They were almost of the same ideas. He hated Mestrovic, was not satisfied with the Futurists, he liked the West African wooden figures, the Aztec art, Mexican and Central American. He saw the grotesque, and a curious sort of mechanical motion intoxicated him, a confusion in nature. They had a curious game with each other, Gudrun and Lowerkey, of infinite suggestivity, strange and leering, as if they had some esoteric understanding of life, that they alone were initiated into the fearful central secrets, that the world dared not know. Their whole correspondence was in a strange, barely comprehensible suggestivity, they kindled themselves at the subtle lust of the Efaptians or the Mexicans. The whole game was one of subtle intersuggestivity, and they wanted to keep it on the plane of suggestion. From their verbal and physical nuances they got the highest satisfaction in the nerves, from a queer interchange of half-suggested ideas, looks, expressions and gestures, which were quite intolerable, though incomprehensible, to Gerald. He had no terms in which to think of their commerce, his terms were much too gross. The suggestion of primitive art was their refuge, and the inner mysteries of sensation their object of worship. Art and life were to them the reality and the unreality. Of course, said Gudrun, life doesn't really matter, it is one's art which is central. TV% at one does in one's life has peu de rapport, it doesn't signify much. Yes, that is so, exactly, replied the sculptor. VV hat one does in one's art, that is the breath of one's being. VV hat one does in one's life, that is a bagatelle for the outsiders to fuss about. It was curious what a sense of elation and freedom Gudrun found in this communication. She felt established forever. Of course Gerald was bagatelle. Love was one of the temporal things in her life, except in so far as she was an artist. She thought of Cleopatra. Cleopatra must have been an artist, she reaped the essential from a man, she harvested the ultimate sensation, and threw away the husk, and Mary Stuart, and the great Rachel, panting with her lovers after the theatre, these were the exoteric exponents of love. After all, what was the lover but fuel for the transport of this subtle knowledge, for a female art, the art of pure, perfect knowledge and sensuous understanding. One evening Gerald was arguing with Lower Key Italy and Tripoli. Englishman was in a strange, inflammable state, the German was excited. It was a contest of words, but it meant a conflict of spirit between the two men. And all the while Gudrun could see in Gerald an arrogant English contempt for a foreigner. Although Gerald was quivering, his eyes flashing, his flushed, in his argument there was a brusqueness, a savage contempt in his manner, that made Gudrun's blood flare up, and made Lower Key keen and mortified. For Gerald came down like a sledgehammer with his assertions, anything the little German said was merely contemptible rubbish. At last Lower Key turned to Gudrun, raising his hands in helpless irony, a shrug of ironical dismissal, something appealing and childlike. Siehen sie, gnädige Frau, he began. Bitte sagen sie nicht immer, gnädige Frau, cried Gudrun, her eyes flashing, her cheeks burning. She looked like a vivid Medusa. Her voice was loud and clamorous, the other people in the room were startled. Please don't call me Mrs. Critch, she cried aloud. The name, in Lower Key's mouth particularly, had been an intolerable humiliation and constraint upon her, these many days. The two men lcx, caed at her in amazement. Gerald went white at the cheekbones. VV11 et shall I say, then, asked Lower Key, with soft, mocking insinuation. Sagen sie nur nicht das, she muttered, her cheeks flushed crimson. Not that, at least. She saw, by the dawning look on Lower Key's face, that he had understood. She was not Mrs. Critch. So that explained a great deal. Soll ich Fraulein sagen, he asked, malevolently. I am not married, she said, with some hauteur. Her heart was fluttering now, beating like a bewildered bird. She knew she had dealt a cruel wound, and she could not bear it. Gerald sat erect, perfectly still, his face pale and calm, like the face of a statue. He was unaware of her, or of Lower Key or anybody. He sat perfectly still, in an unalterable calm. Inurk, meanwhile, was crouching and glancing up from under his ducked head. Gudrun was tortured for something to say, to relieve the she twisted her face in a smile, and glanced knowingly, almost sneering, at Gerald. Truth is honest, she said to him, with a grimace. But now again she was under his domination, now, because she had dealt him this blow, because she had destroyed him, and she did not know how he had taken it. She watched him. He was interesting to her. She had lost her interest in Lower Key. Gerald rose at length, and went over in a leisurely still movement, to the professor. The two began a conversation on Gerda. She was rather piqued by the simplicity of Gerald's demeanor this evening. He did not seem angry or disgusted, only he looked curiously innocent and pure, really a fool. Sometimes it came upon him, this look of clear distance, and it always fascinated her. She waited, troubled, throughout the evening. She thought he would avoid her, or give some sign. But he spoke to her simply and unemotionally, as he would to anyone else in the room. A certain peace, an abstraction possessed his soul. She went to his room, hotly, violently in love with him. He was so beautiful and inaccessible. He kissed her, he was a lover to her. And she had extreme pleasure of him. But he did not come to, he remained remote and candid, unconscious. She wanted to speak to him. But this innocent, beautiful state of unconsciousness that had come upon him prevented her. She felt tormented and dark. In the morning, however, he looked at her with a little aversion, some horror and some hatred darkening into his eyes. She withdrew on to her old ground. But still he would not gather himself together, against her. Lowerkey was waiting for her now. The little artist, isolated in his own complete envelope, felt that here at last was a woman from whom he could get something. He was uneasy all the while, waiting to talk with her, subtly contriving to be near her. Her filled him with keenness and excitement, he gravitated cunningly towards her, as if she had some unseen force of attraction. He was not in the least doubtful of himself, as regards Gerald. Gerald was one of the outsiders. Lowerkey only hated him for being rich and proud and of fine appearance. All these things, however, riches, pride of social standing, handsome physique, were externals. When it came to the relation with a woman such as Gudrun, he, Lowerkey, had an approach and a power that Gerald never dreamed of. How should Gerald hope to satisfy a woman of Gudrun's caliber? Did he think that pride or masterful or physical strength would help him? Lowerkey knew a secret beyond these things. The greatest power is the one a thought is subtle and adjusts itself, not one which blindly attacks. And he, Lowerkey, had understanding where Gerald was a calf. He, Lowerkey, could penetrate into depths far out of Gerald's knowledge. Gerald was left behind like a postulant in the anteroom of this temple of mysteries, this woman. But he in Urk, could he not penetrate into the inner darkness, find the spirit of the woman in its inner reras, and wrestle with it there, the central serpent that is coiled at the core of life? What was it, after all, that a woman wanted? Was it mere social effect, fulfillment of ambition in the seal world, in the community of mankind? Was it even a union in love and goodness? Did she want goodness? But a fool would accept this of Gudrun. This was but the street view of her wants. Cross the threshold, and you found her completely cynical about the social world and its advantages. Once inside the house of her soul and there was a pungent atmosphere of corrosion, an inflamed darkness of sensation, and a vivid, subtle, critical consciousness, that saw the world distorted, horrific. Then, what next? Was it sheer blind force of passion that would satisfy her now? Not this, but the subtle thrills of extreme sensation in reduction. It was an unbroken will reacting against her unbroken will in a myriad subtle thrills of reduction, the last subtle activities of analysis and breaking down, carried out in the darkness of her, whilst the outside form, the individual, was utterly unchanged, even sentimental in its poses. But between two particular Iropal, any two Iropal on earth, the range of pure sensational experience is limited. The climax of sensual reaction, reached in any direction, is reached finally, there is no going on. There is only repetition 9, Sibyl, or the going apart of the two protagonists, or the subjugating of the one will to the other, or death. Gerald had penetrated all the outer places of Gudrun's soul. He was to her the most crucial instance of the existing world, the ne plus ultra of the world of man as it existed for her. In him she knew the world, and had done with it. Knowing him finally she was the Alexander seeking new worlds. But there were no new worlds, there were no more men, there were only creatures, little, ultimate creatures like Lowerkey. The world was finished now, for her. There was only the inner, individual darkness, sensation within the ego, the religious mystery of ultimate reduction, the mystic frictional activities of diabolic reducing down, disintegrating the vital organic body of life. All this Gudrun knew in her subconsciousness, not in her mind. She knew her next step, she knew what she should move on to, when she left Gerald. She was afraid of Gerald, that he might kill her. But she did not intend to be killed. A fine thread still united her to him. It should not her death which broke it. She had further to go, a further, slow exquisite experience to reap, unthinkable subtleties of sensation to know, before she was finished. Of the last series of subtleties, Gerald was not capable. He could not touch the quick of her. But where his ruder blows could not penetrate, the fine, insinuating blade of Lowerkey's insect-like comprehension could. At least, it was time for her now to pass over to the other, the creature, the final craftsman. She knew that Lowerkey, in his innermost soul, was detached from everything. For him there was neither heaven nor earth nor hell. He admitted no allegiance, he gave no adherence anywhere. He was single and, by abstraction from the rest, absolute in himself. VV11 erase in Gerald's soul there still lingered some attachment to the rest, to the whole. And this was his limitation. He was limited, born, subject to his in the last issue, for goodness, for righteousness, for oneness with the ultimate purpose. That the ultimate purpose might be the perfect and subtle experience of the cess of death, the will being kept unimpaired, that was not allowed in him. And this was his limitation. There was a hovering triumph in Lowerkey, since Gudrun had denied her marriage with Gerald. The artist seemed to hover like a creature on the wing, waiting to settle. He did not approach Gudrun violently, he was never ill-timed. But carried on by a sure instinct in the complete darkness of his soul, he corresponded mystically with her, imperceptibly, but palpably. For 2 days, he talked to her, continued the discussions of art, of life, in which they both found such pleasure. They praised the bygone things, they took a sentimental, childish delight in the achieved perfections of the past. Particularly they liked the late 18th century, the period of Goethe and of Shelley, and Mozart. They played with the past, and with the great figures of the past, a sort of little game of chess, or marionettes, all to please themselves. They had all the great men for their marionettes, and they too were the god of the show, working it all. As for the future, that they never mentioned except one laughed out some mocking dream of the destruction of the world by a ridiculous catastrophe of man's invention. A man invented such a perfect explosive that it blew the earth in two, and the two halves set off in different directions through space, to the dismay of the inhabitants, or else the people of the world divided into 2 halves, and each half decided it was perfect and right, the other half was wrong and must destroyed, so another end of the world. Or else, Lowerkey's dream of fear, the world went cold, and snow fell everywhere, and only white creatures, polar bears, white foxes, and men like awful white snowbirds, persisted in ice cruelty. Apart from these stories, they never talked of the future. Ilhay delighted most either in mocking imaginations of destruction, or in sentimental, fine marionette shows of the past. It was a sentimental delight to reconstruct the world of Goethe at Weimar, or of Schiller and poverty and faithful love, or to see again Jean-Jacques in his quakings, or Voltaire at Ferney, or Frederick the Great reading his own poetry. They talked together for hours, of literature and sculpture and painting, amusing themselves with Flaxman and Blake and Fuseli, with tenderness and with Feuerbach and Böcklin. It would take them a lifetime, they felt, to live again, in Pito, the lives of the great artists. But they preferred to stay in the 18th and the 19th centuries. They talked in a mixture of languages. Groundwork was French, in either case. But he ended most of his sentences in a stumble of English and a conclusion of German. She skillfully wove herself to her end in whatever phrase came to her. She took a peculiar delight in this conversation. It was full of odd, fantastic expression, of double meanings, of evasions, of vagueness. It was a real physical pleasure to her to make this thread of conversation out of the different colored stands of 3 languages. And all the while they two were hovering, hesitating round the flame of some invisible declaration. He wanted it, but was held back by some inevitable reluctance. She wanted it also, but she wanted to put it off, to put it off indefinitely. She still had some pity for Gerald, some connection with him. And the most fatal of all, she had the reminiscent sentimental compassion for herself in connection with him. Because of what had been, she felt herself held to him by immortal, invisible of what had been, because of his coming to her that first night, into her own house, in his extremity, because Gerald was gradually overcome with a revulsion of loathing for Lowerkey. He did not take the man seriously, he despised him merely, except as he felt in Gudrun's veins the influence of the little creature. It was this that drove Gerald wild, the feeling in Gudrun's veins of Lowerkey's presence, Lowerkey's being, flowing dominant through her. "Matt makes you so smitten with that little vermin?" he asked, really puzzled. For he, man-like, could not see anything attractive or important at all in Lowerkey. Gerald expected to find some handsomeness or nobleness, to account for a woman's subjection. But he saw none here, only an insect-like repulsiveness. Gudrun flushed deeply. It was these attacks she would never forgive. "Matt, do you mean?" she replied. "My God, what a mercy I am not married to you!" Her voice of flouting and contempt scotched him. He was brrmght up short. But he recovered himself. "Tell me, only tell me," he reiterated in a dangerous narrowed voice, "tell me what it is that fascinates you in him." "I am not fascinated," she said, with cold repelling innocence. "Yes, you are. You are fascinated by that little dry snake, like a bird gaping ready to fall down its throat." She looked at him with black fury. "I don't choose to be discussed by you," she said. "It doesn't matter whether you choose or not," he replied, "that doesn't alter the fact that you are ready to fall down and kiss the feet of that little insect. And I don't want to prevent you do it, fall down and kiss his feet. But I want to know, what it is that fascinates you. What is it?" She was silent, suffused with black rage. "How dare you come brx, wb.aiding me," she cried, "how dare you, you little squire, you bully! What right have you over me, do you think?" His face was white and gleaming, she knew by the light in his eyes that she was in his power, the wolf. And because she was in his power, she hated him with a power that she wondered did not kill him. In her wool she killed him as he stood, effaced him. "It is not a question of right," said Gerald, sitting down on a chair. She watched the change in his body. She saw his clenched, mechanical body moving there like an obsession. Her hatred of him was tinged with fatal contempt. "It's not a question of my right over you, though I have some right. I only want to know what it is that subjugates you to that little scum of a sculptor downstairs, what it is that brings you down like a humble maggot, in worship of him. I want to know what you creep after." She stood over against the window, listening. Then she turned round. "Do you," she said, in her most easy, most cutting voice. "Do you want to know what it is in him? It's because he has some understanding of a woman, because he is not stupid. That's why it is." AQUE.ER, sinister, animal-like smile came over Gerald's face. "But what understanding is it?" he said. "The understanding of a flea, a hopping flea with a proboscis. Why should you crawl abject before the understanding of a flea? There passed through Gudrun's mind Blake's representation of the soul of a flea. She wanted to fit it to Lowerkey. Blake was a clown too. But it was necessary to answer Gerald. Don't you think the understanding of a flea is more interesting than the understanding of a fool? She asked. A fool, he repeated. A fool, a conceited fool, a Dummkopf, she replied, adding the German word. Do you call me a fool? He replied. Well, wouldn't I rather be the fool I am, than that flea downstairs? She looked at him. A certain blunt, blind stupidity in him palled on her soul, limiting her. You give yourself away by that last, she said. He sat and wondered. Elle shall go away soon, he said. She turned on him. Remember, she said, I am completely independent of you completely. You make your arrangements, I make mine. He this. You mean we are strangers from this minute? He asked. She halted and flushed. He was putting her in a trap, forcing her hand. She turned round on him. Strangers, she said, we can never be. But if you want to make any movement apart from me, then I wish you to know you are perfectly free to do so. Do not consider me in the slightest. Even so slight an implication that she needed him and was depending on him still was sufficient to rouse his passion. As he sat, a change came over his body, the hot, molten stream mounted involuntarily through his veins. He groaned inwardly, under its bondage, but he loved it. He looked at her with clear eyes, waiting for her. She knew at once, and was shaken with cold revulsion. How could he look at her with those clear, warm, waiting eyes, waiting for her, even now? Vivihat had been said between them, was it not enough to put them worlds asunder, to freeze them forever apart? And yet he was all transfused and roused, waiting for her. It, enfused her. Turning her head aside, she said, I shall always tell you, whenever I am going to make any change, and with this she moved out of the room. He sat suspended in a fine of disappointment, that seemed gradually to be destroying his understanding. But the unconscious state of patience in him. He remained motionless, without thought or knowledge, for a long time. He rose, and went downstairs, to play at chess with one of the students. His face was open and clear, with a certain innocent laissez-aller that troubled Gudrun most, made her almost afraid of him, whilst she disliked him deeply for it. It was after this that Lowerkey, who had never yet spoken to her personally, began to ask her of her state. You are not married at all, are you? He asked. She looked full at him. Not in the least, she replied, in her measured way. Lowerkey laughed, wrinkling up his face oddly. There was a thin wisp of his hair straying on his forehead. She noticed that his skin was of a clear brown color, his hands, his wrists. And his hands seemed closely prehensile. He seemed like topaz, so strangely brownish and pellucid. Good, he said. Still it needed some courage for him to go on. Was Mrs. Birkin your sister? He asked. Yes. And was she married? She was married. Have you parents, then? Yes, said Gudrun, we have parents. And she told him, briefly, laconically, her position. He watched her closely, curiously all the while. So, he exclaimed, with some surprise. And the Herr Critch, is he rich? Yes, he is rich, a coal owner. How long has your friendship with him lasted? Some months. There was a pause. Yes, I am surprised, he said at length. The English, I thought they were so cold. And what do you think to do when you leave here? Vivihat do I think to do, she repeated. Yes. You cannot go back to the teaching. No, he shrugged his shoulders, that is impossible. Leave that to the Canaille who can do nothing else. You, for your part, you know, you are a remarkable woman, eine seltsame Frau. Vvhy deny it, why make any question of it? You are an extraordinary woman, why should you follow the ordinary CMUSE, the ordinary life? Gudrun sat looking at her hands, flushed. She was pleased that he said, so simply, that she was a remarkable woman. He would not say that to flatter her, he was far too self-opinionated and objective by nature. He said it as he would say a piece of sculpture was remarkable, because he knew it was so. And it gratified her to hear it from him. Other people had such a passion to make everything of one degree, of one pattern. In England it was chic to be perfectly ordinary. And it was a relief to her to be acknowledged extraordinary. Ehen, she need not fret about the common standards. You see, she said, I have no money. Money, he cried, lifting his shoulders. Vymen one is grcmm up, money is lying at one's service. It is only when one is young that it is rare. Take no thought for money, that always lies to hand. Does it? She said, laughing. Always. The Gerald will give you a sum, if you ask him for it. She flushed deeply. Elle will ask anybody else, she said, with some difficulty, but not him. Lowerkey looked closely at her. Good, he said. Then let it be some Alex, dy else. Only don't go back to that England, that school. No, that is stupid. Again there was a pause. He was afraid to ask her outright to go with him, he was not even quite sure he wanted her, and she was afraid to ask. He begrudged his own isolation, was very chary of sharing his life, even for a day. Only other place I know is Paris, she said, and I stand that. She looked with her wide, steady eyes full at Lowerkey. He lowered his head and averted his face. Paris, no, he said. Between the religion d'amour, and the latest ism, and the new turning to Jesus, one had ride on AC.Arizel all day. But come to Dresden. I have a studio there, I can give you work. Oh, that would be easy enough. I haven't seen any of your things, but I believe in you. Come to Dresden, that is a fine town to be in, and as good a life as you can of a town. You have everything there, without the foolishness of Paris or the beer of Munich. He sat and looked at her, coldly. 1% that she liked about him was that he spoke to her simple and flat, as to himself. He was a fellow craftsman, a fellow being to her, first. No Paris, he resumed, it makes me sick. Pas l'amour. I detest it. L'amour, l'amour, die Liebe, I detest it in every language. Women and love, there is no greater tedium, he cried. She was slightly offended. And yet, this was her own basic men, and love there was no greater tedium. I think the same, she said. A bore, he repeated. VV Mat, does it matter whether I wear this hat or another? So love. I needn't wear a hat at all, only for CX, convenience. Neither need I love except for convenience. I tell you what, gnädige Frau, and he leaned towards her, then he made a quick, odd gesture, as of striking something aside. Gnädige Frau Lean, never mind, I tell you what, I would give everything, everything, all your love, for a little companionship and intelligence. His eyes flickered darkly, evilly at her. You understand? He asked, with a faint smile. It wouldn't matter if she were 100 years old, 1,000, it would be all the same to me, so that she can understand. He shut his eyes with a little snap. Again Gudrun was rather offended. Did he not think her good-looking, then? Suddenly she laughed. I shall have to wait about 80 years to suit you, at that, she said. I am ugly enough, aren't I? He looked at her with an artist's sudden, critical, estimating eye. You are beautiful, he said, and I am glad of it. But it isn't that, he cried, with emphasis that flattered her. It is that you have a wit, it is the kind of understanding. For me, I am little, Kedif, insignificant. Good. Do not ask me to be strong and handsome, then. But it is the me. He put his fingers to his mouth. Oddly, it is the me that is looking for a mistress, and my me is waiting for the thee of the mistress, for the match to my particular intelligence. You understand? Yes, she said, I understand. As for the other, this amour, he made a gesture, dashing his hand aside, as if to dash away something troublesome. It is unimportant, unimportant. Does it matter, whether I drink white wine this evening, or whether I drink nothing? It does not matter, it does not matter. So this love, this amour, this baiser? Yes or no, so I'd owe you, so I'd pa, today, tomorrow, or never, it is all the same, it does not matter no more than the white wine. He ended with an odd dropping of the head in a desperate negation. Gudrun watched him steadily. She had gone pale. Suddenly she stretched over and seized his hand in her auvergne. That is true, she said, in rather a high, vehement voice, that is true for me too. It is the understanding that matters. He looked up at her almost frightened, furtive. Then he nodded, a little sullenly. She let go his hand, he had made not the lightest response. And they sat in silence. Do you know, he said, suddenly looking at her with dark, self-important, prophetic eyes, your fate and mine, they will run together, till, and he broke off in a little grimace. Till when? She asked, blanched, her lips going white. She was terribly susceptible to these evil prognostications, but he only shook his head. Elle don't know, he said, Elle don't know. Gerald did not come in from his skiing until nightfall. He missed the CX, fee and cake that she took at 4 o'clock. Snow was in perfect condition. He had travelled a long way, by himself, among the snow ridges, on his skis. He had climbed high, so high that he could see over the top of the pass, 5 miles distant, could see the Marin hut, the hostel on the crest of the pass, half buried in snow, and over into the deep valley beyond, to the dusk of the pine trees. One could go that way home, but he shuddered with nausea at the thought of home. One could travel on skis down there, and come to the old imperial road, below the pass. But why come to any road? He revolted at the thought of finding himself in the world again. He must stay up there in the snow forever. He had been happy by himself, high up there alone, traveling swiftly on skis, taking far flights, and skimming past the dark rocks veined with brilliant snow. But he felt something icy gathering at his heart. This strange mood of patience, and which had persisted in him for some days, was passing away. He would be left again a prey to the horrible passions and tortures. So he came down reluctantly, snow-burned, snow-estranged, to the house in the hollow, between the knuckles of the mountain tops. He saw its lights shining yellow, and he held back, wishing he need not go in, to confront those people, to hear the turmoil of voices and to feel the confusion of other presences. He was isolated as if there were a vacuum round his heart, or a sheath of pure. The moment he saw Gudrun, something jolted in his soul. She was looking rather lofty and superb, smiling slowly and graciously to the Germans. A sudden desire leapt in his heart, to kill her. He thought, what a perfect voluptuous fulfillment it would be, to kill her. His mind was absent all the evening, estranged by the snow and his passion. But kept the idea constant within him, what a perfect voluptuous consummation it would be to strangle her, to strangle every spark of life out of her, till she lay completely inert, soft, relaxed forever, a soft heap lying dead between his hands, utterly dead. Then he would have had her finally and forever. There would be such a voluptuous finality. Gudrun was unaware of what he was feeling. He seemed so quiet and amiable, as usual. His amiability even made her feel brutal towards him. She went into his room when he was partially undressed. She did not notice the curious, glad gleam of pure hatred, with which he looked at her. She stood near the door, with her hand behind her. "I have been thinking, Gerald," she said, with an insulting nonchalance, "that I shall not go back to England." "Oh," he said, where will you go then? But she ignored his question. She had her own logical statement to make, and it must be made as she had thought it. Elle can't see the use of going back, she continued. It is over between me and you. She paused for him to, but he said nothing. He was only talking to himself, saying over, is it? I believe it is over. But it isn't finished. Remember, it isn't finished. We must put some sort of a finish on it. There must a conclusion, there must be finality. So he talked to himself, but aloud he said nothing whatever. VV11 it has been, she continued. There is nothing that I regret. I hope you regret nothing. She waited for him to speak. Oh, I regret nothing, he said, accommodatingly. Good then, she answered, good then. Then neither of us cherishes any regrets, which is as it should be. Quite as it should, he said aimlessly. She paused to gather up her thread again. Our attempt has been a failure, she said. But we can try again, elsewhere. A little flicker of rage ran through his blood. It was as if she were rousing him, goading him. Must she do it? Attempt at what? He asked. At being lovers, I suppose, she said, a little baffled, yet so trivial she made it all seem. Our attempt at being lovers has been a failure, he repeated aloud. To himself he was saying, Elle ought to kill her here. Her is only this left, for me to kill her. A heavy, overcharged desire to bring about her death possessed him. She was unaware. Hasn't it? She asked. Do you think it has been a success? Again the insult of the flippant question ran through his blood like a current of fire. It had some of the elements of success, our relationship, he replied. It might have come off. But he paused before concluding the last phrase. Even as he began the sentence, he did not believe in what he was going to say. He knew it never could have been a success. No, she replied. You cannot love. And you? He asked. Her wide, dark-filled eyes were fixed on him, like two moons of darkness. I couldn't love you, she said, with stark cold truth. A blinding flash went over his brain, his body jolted. His heart had burst into flame. His consciousness was gone into his wrists, into his hands. He was one blind, incontinent desire, to kill her. His wrists were bursting, there would be no satisfaction till his hands had closed on her. But even before his body swerved forward on her, a sudden, cunning comprehension was expressed on her face, and in a flash she was out of the door. She ran in one flash to her room and locked herself in. She was afraid, but confident. She knew her life trembled on the edge of an abyss. But she was curiously sure of her footing. She knew her cunning could outwit him. She trembled, as she stood in her room, with excitement and awful exhilaration. She knew she could outwit him. She could depend on her presence of mind, and on her wits. But it was a fight to the death, she knew it now. One slip, and she was lost. She had a strange, tense, exhilarated sickness in her 9dy, as one who is in peril of falling from a great height, but who does not look down, does not admit the fear. Elle will go away the day after tomorrow, she said. She only did not want Gerald to think that she was afraid of him, that she was running away because she was afraid of him. She was not afraid of him, fundamentally. She knew it was her safeguard to avoid his physical violence. But even physically she was not afraid of him. She wanted to prove it to him. She had proved it, that, whatever he was, she was not afraid of him, when she had proved that, she could leave him forever. But meanwhile the fight between them, terrible as she knew it to be, was inconclusive. And she wanted to be confident in herself. However many terrors she might have, she would unafraid, uncowed by him. He could never cow her, nor dominate her, nor have any right over her, this she would maintain until she had proved it. Once it was proved, she was free of him forever. But she had not proved it yet, neither to him nor to herself. And this was what still bound her to him. She was bound to him, she could not live beyond him. She sat up in bed, closely mapped up, for many hours, thinking endlessly to herself. It was as if she would never have done weaving the great provision of her thoughts. It isn't as if he really loved me, she said to herself. He doesn't. Every woman he comes across he wants to make her in love with him. He doesn't even know that he is doing it. But there he is, before every woman he unfurls his male attractiveness, displays his great desirability, he tries to make every woman think how wonderful it would be to have him for a lover. His very ignoring of the women is part of the game. He is never unconscious of them. He should have a cockerel, so he could strut before 50 females, all his subjects. But really, his Don Juan does not interest me. I could play Dona Juanita a million times better than he plays Juan. He bores me, you know. His maleness bores me. Nothing is so ring, so inherently stupid and stupidly conceited. Really, the fathomless conceit of these men, it is ridiculous, the little strutters. They are all alike. Look at Birkin. Built out of the limitation of conceit they are, and nothing else. Really, nothing but their ridiculous limitation and intrinsic insignificance could make them so conceited. As for Lowerkey, there is 1,000 times more in him than in a Gerald. Gerald is so limited, there is a dead end to him. He would grind on at the old mills forever. And really, there is no CMN between the millstones anymore. They grind on, when there is nothing to grind, saying the same things, believing the same things, acting the same things. Oh, my God, it would wear out the patience of a stone. I don't worship Lowerkey, but at any rate, he is a free individual. He is not stiff with of his Auvergne maleness. He is not grinding dutifully at the old mills. Oh God, when I think of Gerald, and his work, those offices at Beldover, and the mines, it makes my heart sick. 1% it have I to do with it, and him thinking he a lover to a woman. One might as well ask it of a self-satisfied lamppost. These men, with their eternal jobs and their eternal mills of God that keep on grinding at nothing. It is too boring, just boring. However did I come to take him seriously at all? At least in Dresden, one will have one's back to it all. And there will be amusing things to do. It will be amusing to go to these eurythmic displays, and the German opera, the German theatre. It'll be amusing to take part in German bohemian life. And Lowerkey is an artist, he is a free individual. One will escape from so much, that is the chief thing, escape so much hideous boring repetition of vulgar actions, vulgar phrases, vulgar stures. I don't delude myself that I shall find an elixir of life in Dresden. I know I shan't. But I shall get away from people who have their CMM homes and their own children and their own acquaintances and their own this and their own that. I shall among people who don't own things and who have tunty got a home and a domestic servant in the background, who haven't got a standing and a status and a degree and a circle of friends of the same. Oh God, through heels within wheels of Pajapal, it makes one's head tick like a clock, with the very madness of dead mechanical monotony and meaninglessness. How I hate life, how I hate it. How I hate the Geralds, that they can offer one nothing else. Shortlands, heavens! Think of living there, 1 week, then the next, and then the third. No, I won't think of it, it is too much. And she broke off, really terrified, really unable to bear any more. The thought of the mechanical succession of day following day, ad infinitum, was one of the things that made her heart palpitate with a real approach of madness. The terrible bondage of this tick-tack of time, this twitching of the hands of the clock, this eternal repetition of hours and days. Oh God, it was too awful to contemplate. And there was no escape from it, no escape. She almost wished Gerald were with her to save her from the terror of her own thoughts. Oh, how she suffered, lying there alone, confronted by the terrible clock, with its eternal tick-tack. All life resolved itself into this, tick-tack, 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 then the striking of the hour, then the tick-tack, tick-tack, and the twitching of the clock fingers. Gerald could not save her from it. His 9dy, his motion, his life, it was the same ticking, the same twitching across the dial, a horrible mechanical twitching forward over the face of the hours. Mat were his kisses, his embraces. She could hear their tick-tack, tick-tack. Ha ha, she laughed to herself, so frightened that she was trying to laugh it off. Ha ha, how maddening it was, to sure. Then, with a fleeting self-conscious motion, she wondered if she would be very much surprised, on rising in the morning, to realize that her hair had turned white. She had felt it turning white so often, under the intolerable burden of her thoughts, and her sensations. Yet there it remained, brown as ever, and there she was herself, looking a picture of health. Perhaps she was healthy. Perhaps it was only her unabateable health that left her so exposed to the truth. If she were sickly she would have hair illusions, imaginations. As it was, there was no escape. She must always see and know and never escape. She could never escape. There she was, placed before the clock face of life. And if she turned round as in a railway station, to look at the bookstall, still she could see, with her very spine, she see the clock, always the great white clock face. In vain she fluttered the leaves of books, or made statuettes in clay. She knew she was not really reading. She was not really working. She was watching the fingers twitch across the eternal, mechanical, monotonous clock face of time. She never really lived, she only watched. Indeed, she was like a little, 5-12-hour clock, vis-a-vis with the enormous clock of eternity. There she was, like dignity and impudence, or impudence and dignity. The picture pleased her. Didn't her face really look like a clock dial, rather roundish and often pale, and impassive? She would have got up to look, in the mirror, but the thought of the sight of her own face, that was like a 12-hour clock dial, filled her with such deep terror, that she hastened to think of something else. Oh, why wasn't somebody kind to her? Wasn't there somebody who would take her in their arms, and hold her to their breast, and give her rest, pure, deep, healing rest? Oh, why wasn't there some Dy to take her in their arms and fold her safe and perfect, for sleep? She wanted so much this perfect and folded sleep. She lay always so unsheathed in sleep. She would lie always unsheathed in sleep, unrelieved, unsaved. Oh, how could she bear it, this endless unrelief, this eternal unrelief? Gerald. Could he fold her in his arms and sheathe her in sleep? Ha! He needed putting to sleep himself, poor Gerald. Was all he needed. Did he do, he made the burden for her greater, the burden of her sleep was the more intolerable, when he was there. He was an added weariness upon her unripening nights, her unfruitful slumbers. Perhaps he got some from her. Perhaps he did. Perhaps this was what he was always dogging her for, like a child that is famished, crying for the breast. Perhaps this was the secret of his passion, his forever unquenched desire for her, that he needed her to put him to sleep, to give him repose. Then, was she his mother? Had she asked for a child, whom she must nurse through the nights, for her lover? She despised him, she'd him, she hardened her heart. An infant crying in the night, this Don Juan. Oh, but how she hated the infant crying in the night! She would murder it gladly. She would stifle it and bury it, as Hetty Sorrel did. No doubt Hetty Percentral's infant cried in the night, no doubt Arthur Donithorne's infant would. Ha, the Arthur Donithornes, the Geralds of this world! So manly by day, yet all the while, such a crying of infants in the night. Let them turn into mechanisms, let them become instruments, pure machines, pure wills, that work like clockwork, in perpetual repetition. Let them be this, let them be taken up entirely in their work, let them be perfect parts of a great machine, having a slumber of instant repetition. Let Gerald manage his firm. There he would be satisfied as a wheelbarrow that goes backwards and forwards along a plank all day. She had seen it. The wheelbarrow, the one humble wheel, the unit of the firm. Then the cart, with 2 wheels, then the truck, with 4, then the donkey engine, with 8, then the winding engine, with 16, and so on, till it came to the miner, with 1,000 wheels, and then the electrician, with 3,000, and the underground manager, with 50,000, and the general manager with 100,000 little wheels working away to complete his make-up, and then Gerald, with 1,000,000 wheels and cogs and axles. Poor Gerald, such a lot of little wheels to his make-up. He was more intricate than a chronometer watch. But oh heavens, what weariness! Hat weariness, God above! A chronometer watch, a soul fainted with utter ennui, from the thought. So many wheels to count and consider and calculate. Enough, there was an end to man's capacity for complications, even. Or perhaps there was no end. Meanwhile Gerald sat in his room, reading. Hen Gudrun was gone, he was left stupefied with arrested desire. He sat on the side of the bed for an hour, stupefied, little strands of consciousness appearing and reappearing. But he did not move, for a long time he remained inert, his head dropped on his breast. Then he looked up and realized that he was going to bed. He was cold. Soon he was lying down in the dark. But what he could not bear was the darkness. The solid darkness confronting him drove him mad. So he rose, and made a light. He remained seated for a while, staring in front. He did not think of Gudrun, he did not think of anything. Then suddenly he went downstairs for a IXD0K. He had all his life been in terror of the nights that should come, when he could not sleep. He knew that this would be too much for him, to have to face nights of sleeplessness and of horrified watching the hours. So he sat for hours in bed, like a statue, reading. His mind, hard and acute, read on rapidly, his body understood nothing. In a state of rigid unconsciousness, he read on through the night, till morning, when, weary and disgusted in spirit, disgusted most of all with himself, he slept for 2 hours. Then he got up, hard and full of energy. Gudrun scarcely spoke to him, except at coffee, when she said, "I shall be leaving tomorrow. We will go together as far as Innsbruck, forsake?" he asked. "Perhaps," she said. She said perhaps. The sips of her coffee, and the sound of her taking her breath in the word, was nauseous to him. He rose quickly to be away from her. He went and made arrangements for the departure on the morrow. Then, taking some food, he set out for the day on the skis. Perhaps, he said to the Wirt, he would go up to the Maren hut, perhaps to the village below. To Gudrun this day was full of a promise like spring. She felt an approaching release, a new fountain of life rising up in her. It gave her pleasure to dawdle through her packing, it gave her pleasure to dip into books, to try on her different garments, to look at herself in the glass. She felt a new lease of life was come upon her, and she was happy like a child, very attractive and beautiful to everybody, with her soft, luxuriant figure, and her happiness. Yet underneath was death itself. In the afternoon she had to go out with Lowerke. Her tomorrow was perfectly vague. This was what gave her pleasure. She might be going to England with Gerald, she might be going to Dresden with Lowerke, she might be going to Munich, to a girlfriend she had there. Anything might come to pass on the morrow. And today was the white, snowy iridescent threshold of all possibility. All possibility that was the charm to her, the lovely, iridescent, indefinite illusion. All possibility because death was inevitable, and nothing was possible but death. She did not want things to materialize, to take any definite she wanted, suddenly, at one moment of the journey tomorrow, to be wafted into an utterly new course, by some utterly unforeseen event, or motion. So that, although she wanted to go out with Lowerkey for the last time into the snow, she did not want to be serious or businesslike. And Lowerkey was not a serious figure. In his brown velvet cap, that made his head as round as a chestnut, with the brown velvet flaps loose and wild over his ears, and a of elf-like, thin black hair blowing above his full, elf-like dark eyes, the shiny, transparent brown skin crinkling up into odd grimaces on his small-featured face, he looked an odd little boy man, a bat. But in his figure, in the green Elodan suit, he looked caitiff and puny, still strangely different from the rest. He had taken a little toboggan, for the two of them, and they trudged between the blinding slopes of snow, that burned their now hardening faces, laughing in an endless sequence of quips and jests and polyglot fancies. The fancies were the reality to both of them, they were both so happy, tossing about the little dowered balls of verbal humor and whimsicality. Their natures seemed to sparkle in full interplay, they were enjoying a pure game. And they wanted to it on the level of a game, their relationship, such a fine game. Lowerkey did not take the tobogganing very seriously. He put no fire and intensity into it, as Gerald did. Vvh pleased Gudrun. She was weary, oh so weary of Gerald's gripped intensity of physical motion. Lowerkey let the sledge go wildly, and gaily, like a flying leaf, and when, at a bend, he pitched both her and him out into the snow, he only waited for them both to pick themselves up unhurt off the keen white ground, to be laughing and pert as a pixie. She knew he would be making ironical playful remarks as he wandered in hell if he were in the humor. And that pleased her immensely. It seemed like a rising above the dreariness of actuality, the monotony of contingencies. They played till the sun went down, in pure amusement, careless and timeless. Then, as the little sledge twirled riskily to rest at the bottom of the slope, "Wait," he said suddenly, and he produced from somewhere a large thermos flask, a packet of cooks, and a bottle of schnapps. "Oh Lowerkey," she cried. Vivi had an inspiration. "Wie mad a comel de joie indeed. Mad is the schnapps." He looked at it, and laughed. "Heidelbeer," he said. "No. From the bilberries under the snow. Doesn't it look as if it were distilled from snow? Can you?" She sniffed, and sniffed at the bottle. "Can you smell bilberries? Isn't it wonderful? It is exactly as if one could smell them through the snow." She stamped her foot lightly on the ground. He kneeled down and whistled, and put his ear to the snow. As he did so his black eyes twinkled up. "Ha! Ha!" she laughed, warmed by the whimsical way in which he mocked at her verbal extravagances. He was always teasing her, mocking her ways. But as he in his mockery was even more absurd than she in her extravagances, what could one do but laugh and feel liberated? She could feel their voix be, hers and his, ringing silvery like in the frozen, motionless air of the first twilight. How perfect it was, how very perfect it was, this silvery isolation and interplay. She sipped the hot coffee, whose fragrance flew around them like bees murmuring around flowers, in the snowy air. She drank tiny sips of the Heidelbeerwasser, she ate the cold, sweet, creamy wafers. How good everything was! How perfect everything tasted and smelled and sounded, here in this utter stillness of snow and falling twilight. "You are going away tomorrow," his voice came at last. "Yes." There was a pause, when the evening seemed to rise in its silent, ringing pallor infinitely high, to the infinite which was near at hand. "Woan?" That was the question. "Woan? Whither? Woan?" A lovely word. She never wanted it answered. Let it chime forever. "I don't know," she said, smiling at him. He caught the smile from her. "One never does," he said. "One never does," she added. There was a silence, wherein he ate biscuits rapidly, as a rabbit eats leaves. "But," he laughed, "where will you take a ticket to?" "Oh heaven," she cried. "One must take a ticket." Here was a blow. She saw herself at the Micket, at the railway station. Then a relieving thought came to her. She breathed freely. "But one needn't go," she cried. "Certainly not," he said. "I mean one needn't go where one's ticket says." That struck him. One might take a ticket, so as not to travel to the destination it indicated. One might break off, and avoid the destination. A point located. That was an idea. "Take a ticket to Indon," he said. "One should never go there." "Right," she answered. He poured a little coffee into a tin can. "You won't tell me where you will go?" he asked. "Really and truly," she said, "I don't know. It depends which way the wind blows." He looked at her quizzically, then he pursed up his lips, like Zephyrus, blowing across the snow. "It goes towards Germany," he said. "I believe so," she laughed. Suddenly, they were aware of a vague white figure near them. It was Gerald. Gudrun's heart leapt in sudden profound terror. She rose to her feet. "They told me where you were," came Gerald's voice, like a judgment in the whitish air of twilight. "Maria! You come like a ghost," exclaimed Lowerkey. Gerald did not answer. His presence was unnatural and ghostly to them. Lowerkey shook the flask, then he held it inverted over the snow. Only a few brown drops trickled out. "All gone," he said. To Gerald, the smallish, odd figure of the German was distinct and objective, as if seen through field glasses. And he disliked the small figure exceedingly, he wanted it removed. Then Lowerkey rattled the which held the biscuits. "Biscuits there are still," he said. And reaching from his seated posture in the sledge, he handed them to Gudrun. She fumbled, and took one. He would have held them to Gerald, but Gerald so definitely did not want to be offered a biscuit, that Lowerkey, rather vaguely, put the box aside. Then he took up the small bottle, and held it to the light. "Also there is some schnapps," he said to himself. Then suddenly, he elevated the bottle gallantly in the air, a strange, grotesque figure leaning towards Gudrun, and said, "Gnädiges Fraulein," he said, while there was a crack, the Ixtal was flying, Lowerkey had started back, the three stood quivering in violent emotion. Lowerkey turned to Gerald, a devilish leer on his bright-skinned face. "Well done," he said, in a satirical demoniac frenzy. "C'est le sport, sans doute." Next instant he was sitting ludicrously in the snow, Gerald's fist having rung against the side of his head. But Lowerkey pulled himself together, rose, quivering, looking full at Gerald, his body weak and furtive, but his eyes demoniacal with satire. "Vive les heroes, vive!" But he flinched, as, in a black flash, Gerald's fist came upon him, banged into the other side of his head, and sent him aside like a broken straw. But Gudrun moved forward. She raised her clenched hand high, and brought it down, with a great downward stroke onto the face and onto the breast of Gerald. A great astonishment burst upon him, as if the air had broken. Wide, wide his soul opened, in wonder, feeling the pain. Then it laughed, turning, with strong hands outstretched, at last to take the apple of his desire. At last he could finish his desire. He took the throat of Gudrun between his hands, that were hard and indomitably powerful. And her throat was beautifully, so beautifully soft, save that, within, he could feel the slippery cords of her life. And this he crushed, this he could crush. Bliss! Oh, what bliss, at last, what satisfaction, at last! The pure zest of satisfaction filled his soul. He was watching the unconsciousness come unto her swollen face, watching the eyes roll back. How ugly she was! 1% at a fulfillment, what a satisfaction! How good this was, oh how good it was, what a God-given gratification, at last! He was unconscious of her fighting and struggling. The struggling was her reciprocal lustful passion in this embrace. The more violent it became, the greater the frenzy of delight, till the zenith was reached, the crisis, the struggle was overborne, her movements softer, appeased. Lowerkey roused himself on the snow, too dazed and hurt to get up. Only his eyes were conscious. "Monsieur," he said, in his thin, roused voice, "quand vous aurez fini." A revulsion of contempt and disgust came over Gerald's soul. The disgust went to the very bottom of him, a nausea. Ah, what was he doing, to what depths was he letting himself go? As if he cared about her enough to kill her, to have her life on his hands. A weakness ran over his body, a terrible relaxing, a thaw, a decay of strength. Without knowing, he had let go his grip, and Gudrun had fallen to her knees. Must he see, must he know? A fearful weakness possessed him, his joints were turned to water. He drifted, as on a wind, veered, and went drifting away. "I didn't want it, really," was the last confession of disgust in his soul, as he drifted up the slope, weak, finished, only sheering off unconsciously from any further contact. "I've had enough. I want to go to sleep. I've had enough." He was sunk under a sense of nausea. He was weak, but he did not want to. He wanted to go on and on, to the end. Never again to stay, till he came to the end. That was all the desire that remained to him. So he drifted on and on, unconscious and weak, not thinking of anything, so long as he could keep in action. The twilight spread a weird, unearthly light overhead, bluish RRSE in color. The cold blue night sank on the snow. In the valley behind, in the great bed of snow, were two small figures. Gudrun dropped on her knees, like one executed, and Lowerkey sitting propped up near her. That was all. Gerald stumbled on up the slope of snow, in the bluish darkness, always climbing, always unconsciously climbing, weary though he was. On his left was a steep slope with black rocks and fallen masses of rock and veins of snow slashing in and about the blackness of rock, veins of snow slashing vaguely in and about the blackness of rock. Yet there was no sound, all this made no noise. To add to his difficulty, a small bright moon shone brilliantly just ahead, on the right, a painful brilliant thing that was always there, unremitting, from which there was no escape. He wanted so to come to the end. He had had enough. Yet he did not sleep. He surged painfully up, sometimes having to cross a slope of black rock, that was blown bare of snow. Here he was afraid of falling, very much afraid of falling. And high up here, on the crest, moved a wind that almost overpowered him with a sleep-heavy iciness. Only it was not here, the end, and he must still go on. His indefinite nausea would not let him stay. Having gained one ridge, he saw the vague shadow of something higher in front. Always higher, always higher. He knew he was following the track towards the summit of the slopes, where was the Moren hut, and the descent on the other side. But he was not really conscious. He only wanted to go on whilst he could, to move, to keep going, that was all, to keep going, until it was finished. He had lost all his sense of place. And yet in the remaining instinct of life, his feet sought the track where the skis had gone. He slithered down a sheer snow slope. That frightened him. He had no alpenstock, nothing. But having come safely to rest, he began to walk on, in the illuminated darkness. It was as cold as sleep. He was 2 ridges, in a hollow. So he swerved. Should he climb the other ridge, or wander along the hollow? How frail the thread of his being was stretched! He would perhaps climb the ridge. The snow was firm and simple. He went along. There was something standing out of the snow. He approached, with dimmest curiosity. It was a half-buried crucifix, a little Christ under a little sloping hood, at the top of a pole. He sheared away. Somebody was going to murder him. He had a great dread of being murdered. But it was a dread which stood outside him, like his own ghost. Yet why afraid? It was to happen. To be murdered. He looked round in terror at the snow, the rocking, pale, shadowy of the upper world. He was bound to be, he could see it. This was the moment when the death was, and there was no escape. Lord Jesus, was it then bound to be Lord Jesus? He could feel the blow descending, he knew he was murdered. Vaguely wandering forward, his hands lifted as if to feel what would happen, he was waiting for the moment when he would stop, when it would cease. It was not over yet. He had come to the hollow basin of snow, surrounded by sheer slopes and precipices, out of which rose a track that brought one to the top of the mountain. But he wandered unconsciously, till he slipped and fell down, and as he fell something broke in his soul, and immediately he went to sleep. Chapter 31. Exeunt. They brought the body home. The next morning, Gudrun was shut up in her room. From her window she saw men coming along with it over the snow. She sat still and let the minutes go by. There came a tap at her door. She opened. Her stood a woman, saying softly, "Oh, far too reverently, they have found him, madam. 11 est mort." Yes, hours ago. Gudrun did not know what to say. Wiiat should she say? Wiiat should she feel? 1% it should she do? 1% it did they expect of her? She was CX, LDLY at a loss. "Thank you," she said, and she shut the door of her room. The woman went away mortified. Not a word, not a tear. Gudrun was cold, a woman. Gudrun sat on in her room, her face pale and impassive. Wiiat was she to do? She could not weep and make a scene. She could not alter herself. She sat motionless, hiding from people. Her one motive was to avoid actual contact with events. She only wrote out a long telegram to Ursula and Birkin. In the afternoon, however, she rose suddenly to look for Lowerke. She with apprehension at the door of the room that had been Gerald's. Not for worlds would she enter there. She found Lowerke sitting alone in the lounge. She went straight up to him. "It isn't true, is it?" she said. He looked up at her. A small smile of misery twisted his face. His shoulders. "True," he echoed. "We haven't killed him?" she asked. He disliked her coming to him in such a manner. He raised his shoulders wearily. "It has happened," he said. She looked at him. He sat crushed and frustrated for the time being, quite as emotionless and barren as herself. My God! This was a barren tragedy, barren, barren. She returned to her room to wait for Ursula and Birkin. She wanted to get away, only to get away. She could not think or feel until she had got away, till she was loosed from this position. The day passed, the next day came. She heard the sledge, saw Ursula and Birkin alight, and she shrank from these also. Ursula came straight up to her. "Gudrun," she cried, the tears running down her cheeks. And she took her sister in her arms. Gudrun hid her face on Ursula's shoulder, but still she could not escape the cold devil of irony that froze her soul. Ha, she thought, this is the right behavior. But she could not weep, and the sight of her cold, pale, impassive face soon stopped the fountain of Ursula's tears. In a few moments, the sisters had nothing to say to each other. "Was it very vile to be back here again?" Gudrun asked at length. Ursula looked up in some bewilderment. "I never thought of it," she said. "I felt a beast, fetching you," said Gudrun. "But I simply couldn't see people. That is too much for me." "Yes," said Ursula, chilled. Birkin tapped and entered. His was white and expressionless. She knew he knew. He gave her his hand, saying the end of this trip, at any rate. Gudrun glanced at him, afraid. There was between the three of them, nothing to be said. At length Ursula asked in a small voice, "Have you seen him?" He looked back at Ursula with a hard, cold look, and did not trouble to answer. "Have you seen him?" she repeated. "I have," he said, coldly. Then he looked at Gudrun. "Have you done anything?" he said. "Nothing," she replied, "nothing." She shrank in cold disgust from making any statement. "Lowerkey says that Gerald came to you, when you were sitting on the sledge at the bottom of the Rudelbahn, that you had words, and Gerald walked away. What were the words about? I had better know, so that I can satisfy the authorities, if necessary." Gudrun looked up at him, white, childlike, mute with trouble. "There weren't even any words," she said. "He knocked Lowerkey down and stunned him, he half strangled me, then he went away." To herself she was saying, "A pretty little sample of the eternal triangle." And she turned ironically away, because she knew that the fight had been between Gerald and herself and that the presence of the third party was a mere contingency, an inevitable contingency perhaps, but a contingency nonetheless. But let them have it as an example of the eternal triangle, the trinity of hate. It would be simpler for them. Birkin went away, his manner an abstracted. But she knew he would do things for her, nevertheless, he would see her through. She smiled slightly to herself, with contempt. Let him do the work, since he was so extremely good at looking after other people. Birkin went again to Gerald. He had loved him. And yet he felt chiefly disgust at the inert body lying there. It was so inert, so coldly dead, AC.Rcase, Birkin's bowels seemed to turn to ice. He had to stand and look at the frozen dead body that had been Gerald. It was the frozen carcass of a dead male. Birkin remembered a rabbit which he had once found frozen like a board on the snow. It had rigid like a dried board when he picked it up. And now this was Gerald, stiff as a board, curled up as if for sleep, yet with the horrible hardness somehow evident. It filled him with horror. The room must be made warm, the 9dy must thought. The limbs would break like glass or like wood if they had to be straightened. He reached and touched the dead face. And the sharp, heavy bruise of ice bruised his living bowels. He wondered if he himself were too, freezing from the inside. In the short blonde mustache the life breath was frozen into a block of ice, beneath the silent nostrils. And this was Gerald. Again he touched the sharp, almost glittering fair hair of the frozen body. It was icy cold, hair icy cold, almost venomous. Birkin's heart to freeze. He had loved Gerald. Now he looked at the shapely, strange-colored face, with the small, fine, pinched nose and the manly cheeks, saw it frozen like an ice pebble, yet he had loved it. I% it was one to think or feel. His brain was beginning to freeze, his blood was turning to ice water. So cold, a heavy, bruising cold pressing on his arms from outside, and a heavier cold congealing within him, in his heart and in his inwells. He went over the snow slopes, to see where the death had been. At last he came to the great shallow among the precipices and slopes, near the summit of the pass. It was a grey day, the third day of greyness and stillness. All was white, icy, pallid, save for the scoring of black rocks that jutted like roots sometimes, and sometimes were in naked faces. In the distance sheered down from a peak, with many black CK slides. It was like a shallow lying among the stone and snow of the upper world. In this pot Gerald had gone to sleep. At the far end, the guides had driven iron stakes deep into the snow wall, so that, by means of the great rope attached, they could haul themselves up the massive snow front, out onto the jagged summit of the pass, naked to heaven, where the Marienhut hid among the naked rocks. Round Alksmt, slashed snow peaks pricked the heaven. Gerald might have found this rope. He might have hauled himself up to the crest. He might have heard the dogs in the Marienhut, and found shelter. He might have gone on, down the steep fall of the south side, down into the dark valley with its pines, on to the great imperial road leading south to Italy. He might. And what then? Imperial road. South? Italy? Vivihat then? Was it a way out? It was only a way in again. Birkin stood high in the painful air, looking at the peaks, and the way south. Was it any good going south, to Italy? Over the old imperial road? He turned away. Either the heart would break, or cease to care. Best cease to care. Whatever the mystery which has brought forth man and the universe, it is a non-human mystery, it has its great ends, man is not the criterion. Best leave it all to the vast, creative, non-human mystery. Best strive with oneself only, not with the universe. God cannot do without man. It was a saying of some great French religious teacher. But surely this is false. God can do without man. God could do without the ichthyosauri and the mastodon. These monsters failed creatively to develop, so God, the creative mystery, dispensed with them. In the same way the mystery could dispense with man, should he too fail creatively to change and develop. The eternal creative mystery could dispose of man, and replace him with a finer created being. Just as the horse has taken the place of the mastodon. It was very consoling to Birkin, to think this. If humanity ran into a cul-de-sac and expended itself, the timeless creative mystery would bring forth some other being, finer, more wonderful, some new, more lovely race, to carry on the embodiment of creation. The game was never up. The mystery of creation was fathomless, infallible, inexhaustible, forever. Races came and went, species passed away, but ever new species arose, more lovely, or equally lovely, always surpassing wonder. The fountainhead was incorruptible and unsearchable. It had no limits. It could bring forth miracles, create utter new races and new species, in its own hour, new forms of consciousness, new forms of new units of being. To be man was as nothing compared to the sibilities of the creative mystery. To have one's pulse beating direct from the mystery, this was perfection, unutterable satisfaction. Human or inhuman mattered nothing. The perfect pulse throbbed with indescribable being. Miraculous unborn Birkin went home again to Gerald. He went into the room, and sat down on the bed. Dead, dead and cold. Imperial Caesar dead, and turned to clay would stop a hole to keep the wind away. There was no response from that which had Gerald. Strange, cx, congealed, icy substance no more. No more. Terribly weary, Birkin went away, about the day's business. He did it all quietly, ixother. To rant, to rave, to be tragic, to make situations it was all too late. Best be quiet, and bear one's soul in patience and in fullness. But when he went in again, at evening, to look at Gerald the candles, of his heart's hunger, suddenly his heart contracted, his own candle all but fell from his hand, as, with a strange whimpering cry, the tears broke out. He sat down in a chair, shaken by a sudden access. Ursula, who had followed him, recoiled aghast from him, as he sat with sunken head and body convulsively shaken, making a strange, horrible sound of tears. "I didn't want it to be like this, I didn't want it to be like this," he cried to himself. Ursula could but think of the Kaisers, ich have es nicht gewollt. She looked almost with horror on Birkin. Suddenly he was silent. But he sat with his head dropped, to hide his face. Then furtively he wiped his face with his fingers. Then suddenly he lifted his head, and looked straight at Ursula, with dark, almost vengeful eyes. "He should have loved me," he said. "I offered him." She, afraid, white, with mute lips answered, "Difference would it have made?" "It would," he said. "It would." He forgot her, and turned to look at Gerald. With head oddly lifted, like a man who draws his head back from an insult, half haughtily, he watched the cold, mute, material face. It had a bluish cast. It sent a shaft like ice through the heart of the living man. Cold, mute, material. Birkin remembered how once Gerald had clutched his hand, with a warm, momentaneous grip of final love. For 1 second then let go again, let go forever. If he had kept true to that clasp, death would not have mattered. Those who die, and dying still can love, still believe, do not die. They live still, and the Gerald might still have been living in the spirit with Birkin, even after death. He might have lived with his friend, a further life. But now he was dead, like clay, like bluish, corruptible ice. Birkin looked at the pale fingers, the inert mass. He remembered a dead stallion he had seen, a dead mass of maleness, repugnant. He remembered also the beautiful face of one whom he had loved, and who had died still having the faith to yield to the mystery. That dead face was beautiful, no one could call it cold, mute, material. No one could it without gaining faith in the mystery, without the soul's warming with new, deep life trust. And Gerald? The denier. He left the heart cold, frozen, hardly able to beat. Gerald's father had looked fitful, to break the heart, but not this last terrible look of cold, mute matter. Birkin watched and watched. Ursula stood aside watching the living man stare at the frozen face of the dead man. Both FACB were unmoved and unmoving. Candle flames flickered in the frozen air, in the intense silence. "Haven't you seen enough?" she said. He got up. "It's a bitter thing to me," he said. "Vivihat that he's dead," she said. His eyes just met hers. He did not answer. "You've got me," she said. He smiled and kissed her. "If I die," he said, "you'll know I haven't left you." "And me," she cried. "And you won't have left me," he said. "We shan't have any need to despair, in death." She took hold of I's hand. "But need you despair over Gerald?" she said. "Yes," he answered. They went away. Gerald was taken to England, to buried. Birkin and Ursula accompanied the body, along with one of Gerald's brothers. It was the Critch brothers and sisters who insisted on the burial in England. Birkin wanted to leave the dead man in the Alps, near the snow. But the family was strident, loudly insistent. Gudrun went to Dresden. She wrote no particulars of herself. Ursula stayed at the mill with Birkin for a week or two. They were both very quiet. "Did you need Gerald?" she asked one evening. "Yes," he said. "Aren't I enough for you?" she asked. "No," he said. "You are enough for me, as far as a woman is concerned. You are all women to me. But I wanted a man friend, as eternal as you and I are eternal. Aren't I enough?" she said. "You are enough for me. I don't want anybody else but you. Vvhy isn't it the same with you? Having you, I can live all my life without anybody else, any other sheer intimacy. But to make it complete, really happy, I wanted eternal union with a man too, another kind of love," he said. "Don't believe it," she said. "It's an obstinacy, a theory, a well," he said. "You can't have two kinds of love. Should you?" "It seems as if I can't," he said. "Yet I wanted it." "You can't have it, because it's false, impossible," she said. "I don't believe that," he answered.